Found yesterday very helpful and informative. I did. And we have a packed day today again of great presentations, case studies, and of course, conversations. And to start us off, some welcoming remarks. Can I please welcome to the stage Olivier Fabrego, the Vice President of Development Economic of Nîmes Métropole. Mr. Fabrego.
Madame la Présidente du Comité régional du tourisme du département du
Dear Miss President of the Miss Pascal Fortuna, Mr. President of the Regional Tourism Committee, Mr. Vincent Garel, ladies and gentlemen.
I wish to excuse the President of Nîmes Métropole, Mr. Frank Proust, who cannot be here with us today. But I know he is mobilized on this question of this desire to sustainable tourism. I would also like to express to you all the honor of hosting the Second World Forum of the territory of Nîmes Métropole. A privilege for our agglomeration, for the member municipality, which will shine nationally and worldwide during those 2 days. Our region is full of marvels, one more beautiful than the other. Some of you may know some of our marvels. Others will be able to discover some of these wonders. Our rich heritage, sometimes 2,000 years old. Perfectly placed on the Mediterranean arc, on the illustrious Via Domitia, which linked Italy to Spain. Our agglomeration and uplift benefit from major assets. In addition to our Roman monument in Nîmes, les Arènes de Nîmes, la Tourmagne, la Maison Carrée, a candidate for UNESCO World Heritage, candidate to name a few. Our agglomeration is daily located between the sea and the mountains, a few tens of minutes from the beaches and rivers in Cévennes. Tourism has always been intimately linked to our region, to our territory. Today is represent one of the major axes of our economic dynamism. Endouve, with an ideal climate, with more than 2,600 hours of sunshine per year, a golden triangle between Nîmes, Arles, and Avignon, whose UNESCO network is the densest in Europe, with sector of excellence held by our areas of activity, which contribute to the influence of our territory. The agglomeration of Nîmes Métropole acts on a daily basis for our attractiveness. Bercée par nos traditions languedociennes et provençales, par ses accents du Sud,
with the southern accents, our wines, which are tasted across the world, our gastronomy, with all our restaurants and the art of the French way of life, our avenues all lead to Nîmes and to all the territories across our city. All these marvels, all these wonders can be rediscovered every day, but more especially during summertime, as in most countries in the south of Europe. In the Gard department, and especially since the last years, there are intense heats and droughts that take place earlier during the year and span over a longer period of time. So we need to adapt to climate change collectively, and we have tackled this challenge in our territorial community and in our metropolis. With our city, we have been taking part for months in events associated with tourism. Tourism, sustainable tourism is a challenge, as well as the preservation, the conservation of the environment, and a rebalancing with the reinvention of tourism across longer periods, especially during the autumn when the temperatures are still very mild, as we could observe yesterday evening. So we need to rethink the seasons and adapt our touristic offer to climate change while harnessing much more the potential of the other seasons. This is a potential for which there is also another process which defends the environment and the proximity, because we need to harness what we have in front of our eyes and not depend on specific schedules while we just discover the region in August and July.
Expectation of the populations, with a concern to the preservation of natural resources, but also in a global approach, bringing together all the players in tourism. Sustainable tourism is an investment of today to allow everyone to travel in the world of tomorrow. This is the whole point of this forum and this second day of work. That's why I won't be longer. I wish you all an excellent second day of the conference. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Olivier, thank you so much. And, when you speak about this region, so many of my fellow Americans have no clue about Nîmes and are now discovering it for the first time. And I think I speak for everybody when you talk about gastronomy. Last night's dinner at the Imperator was phenomenal. And our compliments to the chef and his team, but it was a memorable evening. Thank you so much. To also welcome us this morning, Pascal Fortunato-Deschamps, the president of Garde Tourism. Please.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Bonjour.
Hello, everyone.
Monsieur donc le président.
Hello. And greetings to the president of the Regional Tourism Committee, dear Vincent, as well as the vice president of Nîmes Métropole, dear Olivier, as well as the president of the tourism office in the Nîmes city, dear Xavier. Ladies and gentlemen, this World Forum Travel aims to provide clear guidance on sustainable destinations and its human approach, along with the impact of the destinations on the economy and climate change adaptation. Garde Tourism is very pleased to participate in this forum. It is not one more meeting during which we'll feel well for a few days and then develop our task in our communities. What we are doing here is totally the opposite, because we wished to be here and to be the host of this forum because we want to endorse our responsibilities. Tourism is the second economic activity of our department, a department that is located at the crossroads of 5 destinations: Mediterranean, Camargue, Cévennes, Garbridge, Pont du Gard, and Provence. Our tourism today is facing several constraints and many challenges that you know pretty well. I will not deep dive into these ones here. We have severe rains, longer periods of heat, and conflicts between farmers and people who are seeking to develop leisure activities, as well as with the inhabitants, the real estate development and other activities that go against the development
Dans
of
ce
our
département, nous ne
equipment.
voulons
So
pas
I
regarder
will not
ailleurs qu'en
provide you with
au-delà
any
des
additional
enjeux.
details. In
Nous
any
voulons
case,
convaincre nos acteurs
we
économiques
don't
par des
want to look
mesures
elsewhere while you
ciblées
are
à
facing
qualifier
these
d'écologie inclusive.
situations. Neither do we
Qui
want
parmi vous
to
n'a jamais été
impose some
interpellé par un chef d'entreprise
punitive
qui vous explique, par
sanctions.
exemple,
You
pour
might
un chef
have business
public,
people
que
who
la
are
seule conséquence
explaining
du tourisme, c'est
that
de consommer des ressources et
regrettably
d'augmenter le bilan
tourism
carbone.
just
Donc le seul
leads to an
tourisme,
increase in
exemple le
the
plus durable
CO2
serait
emissions,
l'absence de
etc.
tourisme. Alors là,
So the
nous
solution, you
n'avons
might say, is
pas de caricature.
putting an end to tourism.
La
But
vision que
we
nous
don't want
défendons dans le
to
Gard
present you with some
s'illustre par le
caricatures. And
principe
in
de
the
la
GAR
dialogie,
region,
cher à
we
Edgar
want
Morin, ce
to
grand penseur de la
um,
complexité.
present
La
to,
dialogie
to
qui consiste
develop
à
the
intégrer et à
dialogic,
coopérer
which is
dans
the
une même
concept developed
vision,
by
dans un même
Edgar
système,
Morin, and which
des
consists in
concepts, des
embedding in
idées,
one
des
same vision,
logiques
one same system, some
s'opposent.
concepts,
Nous
notions,
pensons donc que
ideas,
d'un
and
côté le
oppose the
pragmatisme des
logics.
acteurs
So on one
économiques du
side, we
tourisme
think that the
et de l'autre
pragmatism of the
l'adaptation des pratiques
economic
dues au
actors around
changement
the tourism
climatique
industry, and on the
doivent
other
être
side, the
unis
adaptation
et
to climate
compatibles dans le
change
même tout.
must go in
Le vrai
hand and
réel
must
est
be
complexe.
compatible,
Et une chose est
because
sûre,
the real
on ne remplacera le
situation
réel
is
cohérent en
not
éliminant les
straightforward.
contradictions.
It's
Et
very
c'est bien ce qui nous
challenging,
motive.
and
Au lieu de
coherence
vouloir résoudre les
cannot
contradictions en,
materialize if we eliminate
établissant des
contradictions.
hypothèses
Precisely,
terrifiantes, le tourisme
that's the
doit
opposite
assumer
that's
ces
happening
co-notions qui semblent
today, and
obscures,
tourism
mais qui
must
sont
ensure that
indissociables d'un
we
réel.
embed these two notions
Vous l'avez
which
compris,
go hand in hand in
nous
one
ne voulons
same
surtout pas nous
reality.
contenter de
As you
vous
could
accueillir ou
understand,
verdir notre
we
blason
want
institutionnel
to
sans
host
prendre
you
en compte
here
pleinement
to
les besoins,
strengthen
les
our
aspirations,
image, but at the same time, we
la
also
qualité de
want
vie
to
et la qualité de
consider all
travail
the needs as well as the quality of
de nos
life and the
entrepreneurs,
quality of work
de nos habitants, de
of
nos
our
ouvriers et bien
entrepreneurs,
sûr
our
de nos vacanciers.
inhabitants, seasonal workers,
Nous
and the
parions sur
people
la
who
richesse
come
de
here
votre
on
présence
holiday.
aujourd'hui et faire
So
émerger
our
chez
bet
vous une
is
vision
on
dialogique du
the
tourisme d'aujourd'hui
wealth
et de demain,
associated richness
une
of your
véritable
presence for the
vision
tourism
de
of today and
rupture à
tomorrow,
venir
as well
que nous
as
entendons ardemment
the
d'ici à ce
genuine
que vous signiez
disruptive
les premiers contrats
vision
pendant ces
for
journées
which
d'échange et de
we really
réflexion.
want to shape the
Vous voyez
foundations during
combien
these
nous
two
plaçons
days
haut la barre
of
de nos
dialogue
ambitions.
and
Et c'est
exchanges.
bien la moindre des
So our
choses.
ambitions
Nos
are
ambitions
very
ne
high,
sont
and this is the
proportionnelles
very
qu'au
least
plaisir que nous
because
avons à vous
our
accueillir et retrouver
expectations
ici,
uh,
dans le
are
Gard, en
proportional
Normandie.
to
Je vous
uh,
souhaite donc, s'il
the
vous
fact
plaît,
that we are
un World
hosting
Food
you
Travel
here
des
in the
plus
GAR region. So
fructifieux.
we
Merci.
wish you a very fruitful event. Thank you.
Pascal, merci. And now it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Vincent Garrel, the president du Comité Régional de Tourisme et des Loisirs d'Occitanie. Did I do that right? Did I do it okay? Okay.
Bien, mesdames, messieurs, alors, avant
Ladies and gentlemen,
vous dispenser,
first of all,
puisque mon accent
I must say that I won't speak English because my accent
faire comprendre en français.
might really be
Donc,
challenging if you want to understand me. This
Voilà.
is why I'll
Madame la présidente
stop
de
there.
Pascal,
Dear
Monsieur
Pascal,
le
President
vice-président
of
de
Gar
Nîmes
Tourism,
Métropole,
dear Mr. President
Monsieur
of Nîmes
le
Metropole,
cher Xavier, nous ne nous quittons plus.
dear
Et je te remercie d'être là
Xavier,
parce que hier, vous
Deputy
avez essayé de dire,
Mayor,
je ne
I
peux
want
pas
to
être
thank you
là
for
à
your
ce discours.
presence.
Donc, je suis
Yesterday, you told me that
juste pour me
you
faire
couldn't be
réaliser un message.
present
Je
for
suis
my
venu pour t'écouter.
speech, and
Alors,
now you
je ne
told me
peux
that you
donc que
came to
le
listen to
remercier
me,
et
so
remercier également
I
les
want
équipes
to
de l'Office
thank
du tourisme
him as
pour
well as the
pour la
teams
qualité
of
de
the
l'accueil
tourism
ici,
office for the quality of
bienvenue à
the way
tous
they've been
dans la
hosting
première
us.
région
Yeah.
touristique française. Il faut
So
quand même
welcome to the first touristic region in France. Let's say that the results for the year 2022 in the Occitanie regions are really
parce
outstanding.
que nous avons été capables
Firstly,
de retrouver
because
une clientèle
we
internationale
could
ici,
find our,
cela
again
signifie
here, our
beaucoup de choses,
international
et parce qu'aussi
customers,
le
which
travail
means
des
a lot
acteurs
here, but also
économiques
because the work
ont
developed by
su
local
conserver la clientèle de
actors
proximité, la clientèle
allowed us to
française, la
keep the
clientèle
proximity
Europe, la
customers, the
proximité
French customers,
que
those coming
notre
from
territoire avait été
Europe.
capable de convaincre
So the
lors
proximity
de la sortie
customers
de la
that
première
our
phase de la
territory
crise
could
sanitaire
attract
en 2020
when
et
at the end of the first phase of the COVID-19. So all these people that we could also attract on our territory in the year 2021. So in 2022, the Occitanie region is the first region, most attractive region in France. I'm really happy to be here at Nîmes. The president reminded us of the request to be awarded UNESCO Heritage World Heritage Site, and you have all the factors, all the heritage and all the life in the city to ensure that the city ends up being a UNESCO World Heritage Site, which would constitute a great attractiveness for the region. I'm also very happy to be here as president of the regional committee, regional tourism and leisure committee. We've been partners of this event for 2 days, and I also want to thank the teams of Media Group as they chose our region, Occitanie, for this meeting in France. After Portugal, France has been chosen, and it was obvious that you could only choose Occitanie. There might have been other candidates, and I'm really happy that you could confirm that Occitanie is indeed a territory that really meets all the criteria to ensure that people can really study the matter and deep dive into the matter in a very friendly environment. I also want to insist on the great partnership between the teams of the organizers, the TRTL, Gare Tourism, the city. It's a partnership all together that has been really at the heart of the outcome that we can reach, and I'm very proud of this. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also very happy to be here with you because we are deep diving into this matter, and the topic of the event is really key. It is about developing a more sustainable tourism. The former speakers referred to this. There are huge challenges, and I won't get into the granularity of all the details, which are very interesting. In any case, we have probably a clearer perception of the situation this year because the national territory this year has been affected by the impact of climate change. I said that I'm very proud that the Occitanie region is the first tourism destination in France, but rankings are not an end in themselves because what is really key is the progress on our territory, and it's also the partnership that we can develop hand in hand in our territory, and we could achieve these results because, for instance, when we see that neighboring areas suffered much more from the impact of climate change, certainly much more than us. I'm sorry because I didn't see you. I was referring to you. And they certainly suffered much more than us from the consequence of climate change.
Il faut se réjouir d'être les premiers, mais il faut toujours relativiser les choses parce que malheureusement, les choses peuvent nous arriver aussi et que nous serions dans ce cas-là probablement pas dans les mêmes chiffres d'accueil. Et donc oui, l'année 2022, si certains se disaient que les choses arriveraient plus tard, on nous annonçait 2030, 2040 pour les premiers.
Later on, we were talking about 2030, 2040 for the first consequences of climate change. But the fact is that the first consequences are right here, right now. So we have no other choice than to transform and to transform tourism, the tourism economy. And we will be able to do that transformation if we want to make sure that we keep this activity, if we make sure that we still have this economy to keep on supporting us, we will have to transform. We have no other choice than that. And when I say that, I firstly think of all the professionals working in the tourism sector, those that create employment, those that create attraction, attractiveness to our territory. And I also think of all of the different institutions that do work in the tourism sector. As I said, this is, a sector that we share. We've had a lot of different tourism gatherings, a lot of tourists coming to the Occitanie region and its 13 departments. And fortunately, we share that responsibility.
De l'offre qu'ils peuvent mettre en œuvre pour vraiment convaincre la clientèle de rejoindre notre territoire.
We need to make sure that we do everything to convince people that they can still come to our region, and we'll have to innovate for this. So innovation is key if we want to be able to transform our sector and make sure that we maintain what we have today. So everything will be linked to 3 pillars. We'll have to decarbonize, we'll have to compensate as well when it comes to the tourism activity, so to compensate the emissions. And that's also what we do for the right tour in the Occitanie region. So in 2022, we were just right at the beginning, but I can already tell you, because I've seen a lot of documents on my desk, but for 2023, we've identified a few points. We are considering having 20 train lines, and so we're working to make sure that the Swedish, the Canadians or Japanese, that when they will be landing in the international airport of the Occitanie region, they will take the train to keep on traveling within the region so that they can reduce their CO2 emissions and make sure that we are able, as a region, to reduce our carbon footprint. So this is what we want to work on. And we also want to make sure that we will keep on embodying our values, and those values need to be at the center of all of the decisions that we make. And so these values revolve around 2 principles. First of all, we want to make sure that tourism is accessible to everyone, and so we want to put the spotlight on the idea that you can grow, that traveling makes you grow. And we also want for it to revolve around the fact that travel is about pleasure. It's all about leisure, and we want everything to revolve around, the heritage that we have in our region, but also traditions. And so traditions of the different territories of the Occitanie region, because this is definitely an important lever for the tourism development. And it is important because nowadays tourists do need to have reference points. They want to be able to share things. They want to share moments with people, living on the territory. So those values are extremely important. And for those that were here last night, traditions and traditional cuisine as well, which is extremely important. I mean, of course, we do have a lot of high quality products in the Occitanie region, and this is something that we can't deny or forget about. And so, as I said, those are all of our priority goals. Those are immediate goals as well, so that we can ensure that transition between having volume, to focus on volume, to having a ecology/economy sector. And this is what we want to do. We want to make sure that we keep our economy thriving thanks to tourism, but we want to make sure that everything that we do is more eco-friendly. I am the president of the CRTL, and I want you to know that we are ready to accompany the territories and to support the different partners. Thank you so much, and have a great day of work.
Thank you very much, Vincent. And now it's my pleasure to welcome back to the stage someone who needs
Merci beaucoup, Vincent. Et j'ai maintenant le
responsible for all of us being here. You know him, Mr. Christian Delhomme.
Thank you, Peter. You know that this session is going to be in French as well. So if you want to have the interpretation, you have to scan the QR code, and then you are going to have all the insight we are bringing with my best friend, Christian Mantilly, who I want me to join on the stage. And Christian is the president of the Atout France. Atout France is the agency for the development of tourism of France, and with a large scope of activities. So please, Christian. Bien. Alors, c'est vrai que j'ai très peu l'occasion de parler français dans ce forum.
French. I've never had the opportunity to speak French in this forum, which is quite interesting because French is a really important language as well, I think. Maybe not as important as English at the moment, but still an important language, right? And so today we are going to have a conversation with a Christian. And so Christian is not only the president of Atout France, but he's also a tourism expert. You know, when you have so many years of experience on a lot of different activities that are linked to investments, but also to communication or even to public policies, or even supporting private actors. I think that you do have a great vision of things, overall. And one specificity of my friend Christian Monte is that he's also from Corsica, so he's a representative of the tourism in Corsica today. We know that Corsica is a very special island in the Mediterranean Sea. And I know that whenever I go to Corsica and I have an issue, I always go to a Christian. You always have to be cautious when you go to Corsica. So, my dear Christian, we are going to be talking about extremely serious topics today, actually. So, today, as you know, I had. So when the forum started, I had invited a few people to talk about, employees, communities, humans in general, and talk about travelers as well. But the second impact, and we'll talk about it a bit later when we'll have an intervention regarding business travel. So anyways, what I'm saying is that the economic impact is really important. And so this is one of the questions that is raised most of the time. And I've worked for over 10 years with on this topic, sorry. And so I was working with Christian on these topics, and I've worked on that for about 10 years. And I know that Christian, at the time, we had a lot of people thinking, that we had some sort of a sustainable tourism on the one hand and tourism that was not sustainable on the other hand. And sustainable tourism was seen as a niche market basically at the time. So I was wondering, does sustainable tourism remain a niche nowadays, or is this just the overall tourism sector? Well, I think that ideology time is over nowadays. And we can see what's happening. We can see that economy is working with economy, and it goes basically hand in hand nowadays. And to bounce back on what you just said, when we talk about sustainable tourism, it feels like we're talking about a niche market. But when we say sustainable development in a French market, everybody feels like they're part of it. Even the airports feel like they're part of it as well. So it's not only about ecotourism. I wouldn't say this is a niche market. And to try and illustrate what I'm saying, and try to get out of this framework of these observations, and I think that we need figures. So in France in 2021, and I'm taking France because I'm more of an expert when it comes to France. We've invested in the energy transition for households, for companies, and for public institutions. We've invested 84 billion euros, so that's 25% more compared to the year before. So as you can see, this is a huge increase, even though we know that we would need 15 to 30 billion euros more. So we know that this transition is taking place just right now, actually. And we need to be aware of that. And I think that we've also been observing, especially when it comes to tourism, that all sectors are now part of this transition, whether it's transport, whether it's the energy sector, tourism sector. When we talk about transport, that could be ships as well. We can see as well in the construction sector, architects are looking for better materials. So everyone is adapting, everyone is transforming, and we cannot transform if there is no growth. I mean, this is also thanks to growth that we're able to transform, right? I mean, we can't imagine to just put everything at a stop, and so we just completely stop the economy for a couple of years. And so, if we want to have the means to transform, we will need to have growth. This is part of it. And it is quite obvious that tourism is all about offer, right? It's part of offering things to people. So investment is at the root of everything. And we know that the government has been supporting the industry, and it's not that the government spent 38 billion euros, they more have invested this money. They invested in the sector. And if we look at what's happening in the investment sector, and it's quite positive, is that all of the extra financial criteria are becoming as important as the financial criteria, which means that we are being rated on criteria, on extra financial criteria when we invest, and the entire investment chain, whether it's banks or private investors, or even people that are saving money, right? Because people that save money also need to invest their money, but they need to know where to invest money. Actually, they want to invest at the local level, and so there is this big attention, and it's quite virtuous as well for sustainable development, because I can tell you that all of the investments that are being done, and so investment, you'll probably see the result of this investment in 2 to 3 or even in like 5 years, and we can see that this is something quite important. So we do have a lot of investment in sustainable development here. So we can see that sustainable development is something that is being integrated to our economy, and so it feels that we have new models of economy. I mean, of course, when we talk about sustainable development, we need investment, and it's not investment to renew things, but more to try and adjust or to adapt. And so, of course, this puts a lot of pressure on the production cost, for example, such as all of the standards that we have to comply with. And this is the same for the energy sector, for example. This is usually an issue, but this is also an opportunity. And because of the increase of energy prices, we have to think about alternative energies. We have to think about the different things that we can change in the production chain. And so all of the business models are changing. So the idea at the time was to try and reduce the cost, to increase the volumes, and to sell always more. And nowadays, it is different. And they have no other choice, because they have the responsibility, to take everything into consideration. And if they don't change their business model, they will never be able to fix the issues that they have within their own sector. That is to say, being able to re-inject those investments in their own business model. And so that makes me think of a second case here, is that investment, should be done, but you need to make sure that they are as efficient as possible. So this is something that you have to take into consideration. Does the public make the right decision, when they want to support investment being done by the private sector, for example? Well, that they work closely together when it comes to investment. I mean, if we're thinking, if you build a hotel in a municipality, for example, this is nowadays something that you do with the representatives of the citizens, that is to say, with the mayor. Now that, when you want to build a hotel, for example, you have to make sure that inhabitants are okay with it. You need to make sure that this goes with what's been done in the city already. And so you need to make sure that you listen to what people have to say, and you need to have a real conversation with the mayors, and they're also the mayors of the different tourism actors. They're the first one to come up to us when we have issues. So we're used to have conversations with mayors, and this is already something that is virtuous because we are in a system, we are in some sort of a mechanism that is virtuous here, and each investment is in the end a collaborative work. Well, that makes me think that, when you have all of this coordination, and I feel like this coordination here is key, it's going to be paramount. I mean, if we take the example of transports and, planes, we know that, this is going to change. We are talking about hydrogen, we're talking about electric planes as well. I mean, this is not something that is fully operational at the moment, right? But in the meantime, planes are still going to be part of the transport sector, the transport vector as well. But everything that happens within the plane could be decarbonated. Whether it's everything that you supply to the airport or what you do in the plane. But the fact is that we need to have train stations in airports, and it's not the private sector that can achieve that. That's only the public sector that can achieve that. And so we need to coordinate, because when we're investing, usually investments, they arrive too late, or investments are not coordinated, or they're not even planned, actually. Yeah, so this is the question of the synchronization of investment. This is what I'm always talking about, that you want to create a global service offer for different destinations, and it has to be consistent, right? It has to be consistent with the different objectives that you have, for example. So that is the number of people that you want to attract within your region, the way that you want to position yourself on the market. And so this is what's hard to do, actually. So if you do have long-term investments, very long-term investments, and you have a lot of pressure on your region, you need to be able to sync. So you would need to have technical support, you would need to have a lot of discussions and relations with different partners. And so this is what you can see at a territory level, and we can see that this is something that is totally doable. It's just that you need to be in touch with the collectivities, with the train stations, with airports. People need to coordinate. They need to work closely together, because if we talk about investment here, this is a structuring investment, as we said, because this is basically structuring the territory. This is structuring the destination that you've chosen. I mean, if you want to build a station, of course, this will have an impact on the public. This will have an impact on the collectivity. So usually collectivities are extremely attentive to that. And, the user or the traveler, they might want to have softer mobilities. They might want to be able to just walk around the city, just as I've done this morning in Nîmes, and everything is done for that in Nîmes. So that's great. But so things are transforming, and the message that I really want to convey, if I had only one message to convey here, is that first of all of these issues always existed. So the ecology transition is forcing us to accelerate and do things better. We need to change the way that we coordinate, the way that we govern and everything. And so we need to have more technical observation as well. Less ideologies, please. I'm begging for this. Less ideologies. We just want to be pragmatic. We want things to be realistic. We all have the same goals. There is no more opposition in between the economy and the ecology. Everything goes hand in hand. Ideologists, you've won. Okay, you've won. This is a fact. Now, please let us work. We know that you're here. We need still to integrate the economy within the ecology that we want to have. And if there's one sector that needs to be at the forefront of that, this is the tourism sector. Even though we are impacted by every single other sector, because I mean, yes, we're not working on the waste treatment topic, for example. But if you do have waste everywhere in cities, then tourism is going to be impacted by that. So tourism sector is being impacted by a lot of different sectors, but it has to be the engine, it has to be the driver, to keep on moving forward, because we know that when it comes to mobility, it's the key of everything. When we had the COVID crisis, mobility was at the heart of everything. On week 3, we have newspapers that were released week 3 of COVID saying this is the end of tourism, and I can tell you the tourism sector really had its revenge a year ahead of time, actually. And so we know that we need to transform, and we need the means to transform. We have those means, and so we need to keep on moving forward with that. And so when we started working on with Frédéric, is that we always want this transformation to be deep and profound, but we don't want to change the whole perspective on what travel is. So we need to act and be part of this transformation. And so this is why it is absolutely essential to have a real cohesion, a real cooperation in between the public sector and the private sector. I mean, we might have different resources, and they do. I mean, they do have a relationship, but they don't discuss so much. And this is exactly why we have this type of forum, because we want hospitality actors, whether it's transport or hotels or restaurants. We want people to communicate, because solutions are not in each sector. Solutions are sometimes in one of the sectors that you work with, so it's important to communicate. I mean, of course, the transport sector is not going to invest in the restaurant sector, but anyways.
Non. Je suis parti un peu vite. Il y a des marottes.
Do you want to add something? No, not so.
Là, deux choses quand même en termes de méthode,
Well,
parce que souvent c'est une question.
I want to highlight two things in terms of method. Let's consider the examples that are successful. I love sports, and sometimes during the weekend I have a lot to do because there are some football and rugby matches. And someone used to tell me that sometimes the victory is much more serious than when we lose, and we need to ask why we win, and these cases should be some case studies. We need to understand why things don't work well. So next time, but I'm already inviting myself to the next forum, I would like to provide you with some best case practices that have worked in some regions, and this is precisely what we are developing today. I'm not going to talk about my region, as I come from, as I'm Corsican, but there might be people from other islands in the room. In fact, dealing with the islands is not easy at all. While these are really a very strong tourism destination, we need to preserve the cities, the coastlines, and the mountains, because travelers want to visit the most precious sites, and there is a high demand for these sites. So we need to be successful, and there are very good achievements all across France. We want to be coercitive. We want people to bring their garbage in bags, so that we don't pollute the most sensitive sites. And we are developing solutions for these sites. However, people need to travel by air, especially those coming from the islands. So there will be a transformation in the ship industry and in the other sectors, and this transformation needs to take place as urgently as possible. Well, this is the last word. Christian, we wanted also to ask, who is the pilot in the plane? Is there a pilot in the plane? Because there is an issue with the coordination, but we don't know who is going to endorse this coordination. In fact, everyone needs to be accountable, the traveler, citizens, etc. And at the scale of a local territory, a region, the state is key. The state needs to have a leadership position and provide the means. Let me also highlight that there is a genuine policy that is very positive and that's being implemented currently. The Minister for Sustainable Development is very much engaged on this issue. There is also a regional decentralization. Regions are very much committed, and there is a policy that seeks to coordinate the flows at the regional level as well as the investments. And as I mentioned earlier, there is also the another level that is very key, which is the level of the local level, where there is a strong tourist pressure. Thank you. Really, it is very urgent. I think there is a need for a lot of engagement from the governments. Governments need to listen much more to the sectors, to the industry, and solutions need to be brought forward by companies with the facilitation of government, while it's not always like this. Absolutely.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a 5 minutes break or 10 minutes break. The ones who wants to join the Musée de la Romanité for attending to the sessions in the Musée de la Romanité can go there. The sessions there are going to be outstanding as well, because we have a lot of insight about the destinations and the communication and all the software of tourism. Here we are just going to have the business travel session. So 10 minutes and we start again. Thank you.
You'll come up and introduce your panel. Okay. And I need you to be careful in your time. Yes. So right now. Hi, Mirka. Hi. Good morning. Hey, nice to see you again. Nice to see you again. So what I want to do is when I introduce you.
Okay. I'll be up there first,
and then you'll introduce the panel.
The others
yes.
to join. Okay.
And then we're only running about 5 minutes late, which is pretty good. As opposed to yesterday.
Touch wood real quick.
Don't tell anybody. So then, when you finish, I'll come back up.
Okay.
We'll be good. So there's no countdown clock up there. So here.
I have. If someone starts waving like this in the audience.
Now, where are you based?
In Madrid.
Madrid, great.
Madrid. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm from Germany, but 10 years in Madrid already. So.
Wow, not bad. Not bad. Well, I'll give you my card just so you have it.
Yeah, sure, thank you.
Yes. I didn't give you mine yesterday.
Is the restroom close to here?
Yes, there is. If you go upstairs here, the minute you walk up, hang a hard right and go downstairs. The minute you go up, hang a hard right and go right downstairs.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to get mine.
Okay, great. You got it. Welcome back, everybody. Are we back on? There we are. Welcome back. Ask everybody to take their seats so we can begin the session. As we resume, we're now confronted with a new word, bleisure. There's always the question about business travel in the wake of the pandemic. When would it return? How would it return? Where would it return? And how big would it be? And then we had to realize that it was being redefined. As more and more people were digital nomads, as more and more people were working remotely, as more companies were revising their HR policies to let people do just that, the word office was definitely being redefined. Then the question then becomes, to what extent can this new word, bleisure, and business travel, when it does make that comeback, and it's starting, as you know, to what way can that lead the world to sustainability through that avenue? And to discuss that, I'd like to welcome the moderator of our next panel. Please welcome Berke Valentin, the sustainability lead for strategic projects from Amadeus.
Good morning, everyone. Warm welcome also from my side for those here in person on the second day and those virtually connected. As Peter said, my name is Berke Valentin. I'll just introduce myself quickly for those who don't know who I am. I'm sustainability lead for strategic projects at Amadeus IT Group. I belong to a team, a central corporate sustainability team that is, has many roles, but one of the roles is setting the corporate sustainability strategy for the company, and in that, of course, also setting, for example, the climate targets that the company has. Now, in this process of defining the strategy, business travel is an important element for us. It is especially an important element on the indirect emissions for us that comes up, and we do see internally that there's quite a shift, what Peter was just going to, especially through the remote working that we have as well, and the demands of our employees in terms of wanting to connect more and more business travel with the leisure activities and leisure travel while they're at it. And so we see that change, we see the leisure change, and I know we are not the only ones in it, and so we are here today to take the next 45 minutes to discuss a little bit more what is this leisure trend in general, where is it going to, what opportunities are there for companies, and challenges as well, internally and externally, and how it can help to push for more sustainability within the companies, but also within the entire travel and tourism sector. And for that, we will have 4 panelists. We have 2 virtually and 2 in person. I have the pleasure of inviting first the ones that are in person. The first one is Inge Heibrecht, Global Senior Vice President, Responsible Business, Safety and Security from Radisson Hotel Group. Come on up. Then we have, I think you can choose your seat, Inge. I'll sit there. Then we have John Leté, Director of Public Affairs from the Europe Car Mobility Group, joining us in person as well. Coming up, very good. And then we have two virtual people joining us. I don't know if we can see them already on screen. There we are. Good. The first one on your left side is Brune Poisson. She's Sustainability Officer from Accor Group. Hi, Brune. Thank you for joining us. And the lady on the right is Catherine Logan, Regional Vice President of the Global Business Travel Association, GBTA. Hi, Catherine. Thanks for joining.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's see if this works. Yep, that works right away. Very good. Thank you all for joining us here today. It is, I think, a very great panel for several reasons. One is because we have a bit of a mix. We have a mobility provider, transportation, and we have accommodation, and then we have an association here that knows the content of all of that. So I think it's a very great mix where we will have a lot of different perspectives and knowledge to be shared. And the second, and for me the most exciting one, is the fact that all of the companies presented here are companies that have already committed to the Science Based Target Initiative. All of them have committed to setting climate targets in line with what science tells us what to do. And personally, I'm also curious because I certainly belong to this bleisure trend, I guess. That now I have a name for it. I guess we are all kind of belonging to it already, I assume. I just recently actually came back from 3 weeks of working and holidaying on an island, and it was definitely the first time that, well, I rented a car, so that for a longer time than I usually do, and I also had a bit of a different perspective and needs in terms of accommodation and whatever I needed in that for the 3 weeks. So I'm curious to understand a little bit better of what that all means for all of you, the trend, and if it is really a possible catalyzer for sustainability in this sector. Before we start, and I don't know if everyone's really familiar with bleisure, I know business travel, yes, but I would like for Catherine to start out with giving us a little bit of a context in terms of what, well, first of all, a little bit of context in business travel in general. I know we already had a panel yesterday on it, but just give us a bit of where we stand, where you think we're going, bleisure, what it means for us as a starting point. Catherine, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Berka, and thank you very much for having me. Okay, so in terms of business travel, I don't think anybody in this room doesn't appreciate how hard a hit business travel took in 2020. It basically fell by 54% in terms of business travel, spend on business travel. And so the stats I'm using for this are from our BTI Outlook. It recovered slightly in 2021 by 5.5%. We're expecting it to recover by a further 34% in 2022, but it won't be at pre-pandemic levels in terms of spend until 2026. So obviously, as I say, business travel has taken a significant hit. However, I'm sure many of you will have been through airports recently, and it does feel like it's certainly coming back, or travel's certainly coming back. But I think following the pandemic, there is a real drive for it to come back differently. Sustainability is clearly a really top priority for most organisations, and we have been really looking at sustainability over the last 12 months. And we did a big study at the start of this year. We went to the industry, spoke to buyers and suppliers, and we also did an external survey with government officials and think tanks and so on. And what became clear is that 89% of people within our industry see sustainability as a moderate or a high priority. 80% of them have a sustainability program or sustainability team in place, and 76% are planning to incorporate sustainable practices into their travel policies. And in terms of, you know, what sort of things they're looking at, it's around reporting, it's around measuring the environmental impact of business travel, it's engaging employees on decisions and starting to integrate sustainability into travel policies. And, you know, in terms of what's, you know, where the priority is, it's very much for the industry. It's currently around emissions. And while certainly taking one trip as opposed to several will have an impact, the social impact of staying in a place for a longer period of time is not right at the top of the priority list for organisations in comparison to the climate impact. Whenever we looked at the sort of sustainable development goals that the UN put out, basically the buyers were saying very much that it was about prioritising responsible consumption and innovation, while suppliers were more around the social objectives. So that will give you a little bit of a context as to what our industry is thinking around sustainability. But then, as Parker was saying, there's a shift in working patterns. You know, we all worked from home, or many of us worked from home for a very long period of time. It demonstrated that the technology worked. And people also, organisations saw that people could work remotely and things could get done. And, you know, and now offices are open, and we asked our membership recently in a recovery poll, which we do every couple of months. We said, you know, what's your in-office policy? And only 12% are expecting people to be back in office full time. 20% are expecting people to be working remotely full time. And there's a 68% where it's hybrid, where people are expected to work in the office some days, but permitted to work from home other days. So that definitely does open up a little bit of freedom to move, you know, to work elsewhere. And then whenever we dug into that hybrid or fully remote working policy, and we said, right, okay, do the people have to be in the near the office? And what we said was, or what they said was 44% said employees are allowed to work remotely for an extended period outside the office or outside the city, state or province that they're typically based. So that suddenly means that from a working perspective and an employee perspective, that opens up that possibility for extended working elsewhere. And you know, Berka, you give a great example of working where you are, and I would sort of term that a workation. And I feel like leisure is it's extended to cover, you know, what I would view as three very distinct groups. There's, you know, as the word sounds, it's a mix of business and leisure. But it could be that it's an extended trip. So you maybe are going somewhere, you know you need to be there, you need a large number of meetings, and so instead of going for several trips, you do one big trip and you enjoy the weekend in the location, or you extend your trip into the weekend. It could be that you're working from another location for several weeks, or it could be that you're relocating somewhere entirely different for a period of time, and I would term that like a digital nomad. It has been said that this is something that's really appealing to younger people, but certainly I know of people within my age group, and while I'm very young at heart, I wouldn't necessarily put myself in, I'm not in the millennial bracket. You know, people are really taking advantage of this flexibility to live and work in different places. And I think another thing that you know, one of the greatest issues corporations are facing at the minute is the war for talent. And this could be the difference between getting a prime candidate or not, or making sure that you have very happy, satisfied and fulfilled employees by offering that flexibility. So that's my take on where business travel is and pleasure.
Thank you, Catherine. I think that gives us a little bit of a background already and a better idea of what we're talking about. You already touched on several points that I hope we will have a chance to coming back to through our conversation now. From what I see, we can break this up a little bit in two parts. And I would like to focus first on the more internal one. So the change within the companies and what the employees are requiring? Is that impacting travel policies internally? And all of that shift that includes. That's a bit not the demand side. Then we will do a turn towards the supply side, looking into what does it mean for those providing services and products throughout the traveler journey in terms of their offering and how to satisfy that change demand. And obviously connect all of those with what does it mean for sustainability. Inge, I would like to start with you on the demand side. Also as a bit of an introduction, give us an idea about your own business travel, the situation right now. Has it resumed? Are you expecting it to resume to a level that you had it before? Do you even want it to resume to a level you had it before? And what are you noticing internally in your organization of changing needs?
Yes, thank you. And the report by GBTA is actually an excellent report that gives a good overview on what the demand and supply side are saying on this. So I would say, for me personally, I'm here, I came by train, so travel has definitely resumed. And it's the same thing we see for Radisson Hotel Group in our business. So before the pandemic, we were at about 50-50 split between leisure and business travel, with a slight business travel being slightly ahead. Coming out of the pandemic last year, there was another portion of leisure, 70% leisure. And I would say right now we are almost back to the 50-50. Within business travel, we for the first time now start tracking business leisure, as we call it, so bleisure. And we are at about 16%. We can track it in our own booking channels, but that gives you a rough idea on this new category that we are actually tracking. And I would say, when we talk about, we have 95,000 employees in our system, meaning in our hotels, in our offices, in our hotel network around the world. And what we do is we practice what we preach and what we offer to our clients, I would say. So first of all, we are a very international team, and we have a very international team per definition, also in our head offices. In total, we have about close to 100 nationalities in our company. So a lot of these people have, for example, families or next of kin who are living in other places than where they work. So what we do is we practice what we preach. We have committed to net zero by 2050. So the first thing was to include sustainability in our own travel policies. So we have really done that by adjusting the proposed solutions when you fly, when you take the train. As I said, I came here by train. It was a fantastically easy and seamless journey. So that's the first thing we do. Then also on mobility, I think another thing we are doing and what we really need to promote with our employees is e-mobility. You know, electrical mobility, we are moving our own car fleets to electrical mobility. We are facilitating that. And then lastly, it's the way we meet. I mean, we are meeting here in this panel. It's a great example. We have people dialing in remotely. We facilitate larger participation, and we practice hybrid meetings in our own meetings and events. So that's also what we do to facilitate the fact that we work together globally. We have the technology, we have the systems for it. So we do that in our own conferences. For example, we hosted a conference called Radisson Live for our sales and our big clients, and we did that on 5 key locations around the world, simultaneously with speakers going from one to the other, which actually increased the participation level and made it all possible through technology. So I do think that in the technology, in the policies, in what we enable, we actually enable this combination of work, leisure, different ways of meeting.
And it's fantastic that we're able to do that today with technology, of course. Do you have, just as a follow-up question that came to my mind while hearing you speak, was there any kind of initiative you were thinking about doing that didn't work out and you realized you couldn't do it and couldn't put it in your policy?
I think it's all about knowing where you want to go. I think what we haven't done at Radisson is a
Je pense que c'est surtout de savoir en fait où on veut aller. Je crois que chez Radisson, on n'a pas encore toutes les options disponibles. On parle beaucoup des digital nomades, qu'est-ce qui est staycation comme on dit. Et en fait, dans notre entreprise, on a toujours besoin finalement que les gens voilà, reviennent voir leur équipe à un certain moment, en fait. C'est important pour nous, de garder, ce contact et c'est aussi un point important finalement, hein, pour attirer de nouveaux, talents. Mais pour l'instant, c'est pas quelque chose qu'on a encore intégré directement à nos processus, hein. Oui, alors je pense qu'on s'y retrouve, hein, finalement dans ce que vous dites, ça et c'est aussi une question assez, délicate. Il faut, effectivement trouver, hein, le bon équilibre, ce qui est pas toujours facile. Brune, j'espère que vous êtes avec nous aussi. J'aimerais maintenant, voilà, vous poser un petit peu des questions. Je sais que, vous avez aussi pas mal d'expérience, hein, pour, tout ce qui est, hébergement aussi. Est-ce que vous avez, la même expérience? Comment ça se passe au sein de votre propre, organisation? Qu'en est-il aussi peut-être des initiatives à court terme et à long terme? Voilà, qu'en est-il un petit peu?
Thank you. First of all, it's good morning all. It's great to
Alors
be with you
déjà,
this
merci
morning,
à
and it's
tous,
great to
je suis
see how
ravie d'être
many
avec
of
vous
you
ce matin
stayed
et
in one of Accor's hotels. So
je suis, ravie aussi, que tout se
obviously, I
déroule,
would have
dans
loved
un
to be
hôtel
with you in
Accor.
person, but it was
J'aimerais beaucoup être
impossible.
avec vous
So to
en
provide
chair et en
you
os, mais
a
malheureusement, ça ne
question
m'était pas
actually,
possible. Alors pour revenir
so
à vos
just
questions,
sort of, I could give an answer which is very similar to what Inge has just said, and actually we're doing a lot of work together, so it's no surprise. So perhaps let me add to what Inge said, which is quite similar to what we're doing at Accor. Perhaps let me add the fact that we also, we want to, I mean, it's not perfect, but we developed a net zero carbon calculator. We did it in close partnership with My Climate, which is an organization that is actually really focusing on compensation, and it's one of the best organizations to do that, using our energy, water, waste data to help offer some of our guests, and mostly, you know, the MICE community, to offer them the opportunity not only to know and to become more aware of the CO2 emissions of their business meeting, but also allowing them to purchase carbon credits. So we all know that obviously compensating and buying credits is absolutely not the panacea. It's not, you know, it's for lack of a better word, it's like a second best solution, but at least it's a first step. We want to also we want to go further than this. How? Well, by embracing external third-party certification. We believe that we need increasingly, what we need to show to a lot of our guests is that we actually do our very best to have the best operations possible, and that's why we want and we intend, and we've started actually with a lot of pilot projects to actually work hand in hand with some of international labels, such as, for example, Green Key. We've launched a partnership with the city of Marseille to sort of change slowly but surely the way we operate at our hotels to make them more sustainable. We believe that we need to go one step further as well, and that's why we've partnered with Energy Observer. So you may think, why Energy Observer is actually a boat that is focusing on developing and working out, also pushing the frontier of innovation, embracing green hydrogen. And so one of the objectives behind that is to really also help come up with and help sort of push the frontier of innovation to support the next stage of innovation, such as, for example, green hydrogen, and identifying how we could move and use that sort of new technologies and apply it to our hotel. So we're still in the early stages, but we believe this is also a route to explore. That said, we all know that business travel is clearly something that we need that has to change. And as a hospitality company, we have to work along that. We have to provide solutions that also help find alternatives to business travel. And what it means also is that we need to rethink also part of the mission of the role of our hotels. How can we make and how can we turn our hotels into more than places where people come and stay for a few hours and just use a bed basically and have breakfast? How can we do more with our hotels so that they don't depend as much as they used to on international travel, and international business travel, which we know is deeply linked to aviation. And we know there are regulations coming up that will aim to curb actually and to align some of the requirements on the aviation sector, align them with other sectors of the economy. So this really asks questions, deep questions for the hospitality industry, which we're trying to tackle, as I said, by really rethinking the role of a hotel, and also beyond that, for example, that's what we did with the lifestyle sector that we're developing fast. But I don't want to speak for too long, and probably I'll come back to that at a later stage if you wish.
Thank you, Brune. Yes, there are certain points in there where I definitely want to circle back on. Very interesting. You already touched on some of those things also in terms of adapting to then what your customers need. Do you have, as a quick and short follow-up question, just because I'm curious, do you have a good understanding of your own business travel internally, of how much, how many emissions that are, and how much of a part of your overall emissions it has? Inge was already touching on the measurement part a little bit.
So we are actually in the process of measuring it. Obviously, it also really depends on, I mean, giving you a figure right now would not be sort of really emblematic of where we stand today. Why? Because, as you know, we're in 110 countries around the world. And in some countries, for example, mostly in Asia, people are still in lockdowns. So I don't think it would be sort of very relevant to actually use a figure as of today, because, you know, COVID is still hitting some part of the world. That said, what I can tell you is that we're actively trying to curb we've changed our travel policy, trying to curb our business travel. Obviously for financial reasons, but also to mitigate and try and reduce our carbon impact, because, you know, we've committed, and we're one of the first hospitality companies to have committed to, you know, the most ambitious carbon neutrality objectives, which is to take part in making sure that the world achieves net zero by 2050. And so we are on a 1.5 trajectory. That's how we think. And so it requires clearly questioning the way we travel. And that's hence the new policy that we've put in place after COVID.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't actually asking for a direct number, so sorry if that was you felt pressured there. But just to understand a little bit how what the situation is, because obviously we all know there's always room for improvement in terms of monitoring in all of the companies, and so I'll pass that a little bit on also to John in terms of. Well, first of all, how does the situation look on your side in a different kind of company? Do you have, where are you at this moment internally, at least in business travel, and where is it going? And are you monitoring, for example?
Yes, we do.
All right.
So I can elaborate, maybe. No, it's a serious topic, and it's something that we took seriously. We started in 2005 when we joined the UN Global Compact program, saying that when you are a mobility provider, and especially when you are moving cars, there is obviously a risk of greenwashing. So this is why we decided to be certified by SBTi, and all the companies that have been through this process know that it is a serious one, and it is sometimes painful, because in terms of reporting, it is not really simple. And as far as I know, it's sure we are the first mobility provider that has been certified by SBTi, and probably we are the only one. So the ambition is to reduce the scope 1 and 2 by 46% by 2030, which means that we have to act, and we have to act on the travel policy, obviously. So to do so, nothing very fancy, quite simple, just to put and impose the same tool to everybody to make the booking, which have a carbon calculation integrated on it. And then we have the control via the tool itself, because of course we are only loading a specific type of travel. And the validation is done at the JEC level, which is a group executive committee level, which means that there is still a human control, but the human control is quite efficient. When when we are talking about our travel policy, we are also talking obviously about our own car policy, because at the headquarters we have more than 100 cars. So we moved, of course, to EVs and PHEVs, even if it is not that easy to buy EVs, because there is a lack of offer at the moment. And the issue is that we had, the fact is that we had to go through a Chinese constructor, which is another topic. But beside the fact that we are pushing people from to EVs and PHEVs, we also offered, since the last 3 years, the opportunity for employees to give up their car and get a mobility budget instead of it. It does have, unfortunately, and especially in France, some tax impact. But we are compensating that, and we are working on that, and probably for the regulator, this is a topic that should be or could be tackled in order to make it more efficient. And finally, it's clear that we still have a long journey. We are not perfect. However, I am quite proud to say that last week we have been awarded the platinum level by EcoVadis, which means that we are on the top 1% companies in terms of CSR. So we are taking it as serious as possible. And even if it is not an easy journey, if I can say.
Thank you, John. That's very interesting, and congratulations on that one. We know that's a lot of work. Let's stay just 1 second with emissions, because I'll be the devil's advocate a little bit as well. I don't think I've ever really seen car rental statistics, I guess, on the impact within the travel and tourism industry. I mean, I know, and I've seen. We know all it's about 8 to 11% the impact that travel and tourism has on emissions globally. And the global emissions, we have 47% of transportation, and that is the 16-70% of air. Cruise, I think, was not even 1%. Road transport, I've seen 14 or 20%. Do you have a feeling of the contribution of the car rental industry, and that's going to be the, I guess, the jump to the adaptation of companies to satisfy the changing demands. What can a company like yours do to become more sustainable, or claim to be more sustainable?
In fact, you started to say, I rented a car. And if you say that you are renting a car, you are part of the problem. If you say that you used a shared car, you are part of the solution.
Do you have that?
A car rental is a shared car. Car sharing has not been invented a few years ago. Car sharing has been invented by the car rental companies. We are sharing cars. This is exactly the same process. And the goal and the objective is to offer an attractive and efficient alternative to the car ownership. So we are providing a mobility that is more efficient, not because it is our cars, just because of our business model. We are buying cars for a very short period of time, which, because of the COVID, have been slightly expanded, but it's still less than 1 year, which means that we have the most efficient cars, obviously. Today it's slightly 40% better than the average fleet in Europe. And by 2024, it will be 50% better because of the electrification. And also because we decided to move forward also in terms of financing through a green bond. So we are committed to have 20% of green cars by 2024, and it will support that. But what I would like to say is that the car, if it is properly used, is necessary and is not that bad. The issue is the bad usage of the car and the fact that the fleet is quite old across Europe.
That sounds like a lot of investment you need in order to update the fleet in the next few years to reach those goals you have. Is the next step then carpooling in a destination, so I can share my rented car with someone else who's there for 3 weeks working?
In fact, we are doing the carpooling. You're finding now some tools in order to share your own cars, or some new players are selling the cars plus offering the opportunity to share the cars. But this is our business model, and this is what we are doing. We are providing a booking tool, and we are sharing the car. Yes, we are not yet offering you the opportunity to sub-rent your car where you are renting the car. But we would enter into insurance problem on all. But why not? It could be a next step. Thank you for the idea.
I'll take credit for it later. What are some of those bottlenecks, really quickly, just as a short, well, I know that's a difficult question for a short answer.
No, I am French, so I can complain and I can talk about bottlenecks for very long, so maybe I will come back later because, by the way, hey, look at that panel. I am the only man. And this is the first time I've seen only one man with 4 women, so congratulations for the choice, and I am very impressed.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to you on that one then. I'll move to Inge first to tell us a little bit about how you need to adapt within your hotels to the changing demands. What are kind of the 1, 2, 3 top initiatives you feel like that really need to be done quickly? And some of the bottlenecks maybe as well.
Okay, I will first talk about opportunities. I think if there's one thing that the COVID crisis has learned all of us is that we need to be agile and we need to react quickly to changes, and that's what we did. So I think the first change that we made is in our brands. You know, what we have done is for these remote workers, for people working in hotels, because we also during the pandemic and at the outset, when we came out of the pandemic, we started having people who live in very small apartments in big cities who wanted to come to the comfortable environment of a hotel to work from there. So we put technology in place. We call them hybrid rooms, which is actually a nice term to say that you put the technology in place, the right Wi-Fi, the right technology in the guest rooms, so that you and everyone else can come into hotels and work comfortably from your room and from the lobby if you want to. So that's one. We also installed hybrid meeting rooms, so I talked about that earlier. We equipped all our meeting rooms with technology. We made a partnership with Zoom. We offer studios so you can do fantastic events and have them live and broadcast them. So it's all about technology. It's also about redefining the brand and, to Brune's point, a bit the role of the hotel. If you think about it today, we are redefining our resorts value proposition. Why? Because we know that the classic, let's say, use of the resort is not the same as before. You may have people who come there with a group of friends to work and stay for a while. So we need to redefine that value proposition. We also have many more. We are focusing heavily on growing our portfolio of serviced apartments or long stay properties, or we combining the traditional hotel with a long stay property next door. So in the branding, you see really that change. What we also do, and I keep on repeating it, and the lady from Google yesterday, she said it, it needs to be a frictionless experience. So what we do is we make it easy to do good by booking right. I keep on saying this. It's about showing people what is a sustainable hotel, where do you have all those technologies, but also which hotel is green, which hotel is sustainable. And we do this with the pathway, which starts with hotel sustainability basics, and we're working with our core and many partners on this. So make it easy for travelers to understand which hotel is sustainable and where they can do this. We also offer 100% carbon neutral meetings, and actually we've been starting to do this before the pandemic. So since before the pandemic, beginning of 2019, we made all our meetings and events carbon neutral. It is through carbon offsetting and, of course, by reducing first the footprint of our hotels, and then the remaining footprint is offset. And we do that centrally and at no cost for the meeting booker or the company. So we make it easy to make these sustainable choices. I think those are the key things we are doing. In terms of bottlenecks, I don't really see many, unless you find something or you give us another idea like you did for the gentleman next to me. But I think it's all about speed. It's all about speed of rollout, making it available, making sure that the rollout is consistent everywhere. If you have a portfolio of more than 1,100 hotels around the world, it's about creating that consistency. So that is the thing that we're working on. But the core elements are there on the technology side, on making it easy to be sustainable.
Do you think you have a bit of a competitive advantage in that sense compared to, for example, holiday apartments? And because you can roll it out in all of your hotels in the same way?
Yeah, I think, that's a whole other topic. So again, we could do a full other panel, I think, on that one. But what is key, I think there are other aspects. It's the technology aspect, it's the consistency aspect, but it's also the duty of care and the safety and security aspect. I had safety and security as well for Radisson Hotel Group. And I must say that that is the one thing that you're gonna get, apart from every other benefit of brand consistency, et cetera, in a branded hotel, whether it's us or any of the other big brands, you're gonna get that attention to safety and security. You're gonna know that when there's an earthquake somewhere, when there's a natural disaster, when there is a political uprising, when there is instability, you have teams who will take care of you. We know what duty of care means. We work with all kinds of global corporate clients, so I think that's the one thing where we do have an advantage. And on sustainability, I also said that before, it's not a competitive advantage, it's a collaborative space.
I'm glad you're saying that and highlighting that again. And Brune, maybe from your perspective, as well as an accommodation provider, I assume you're doing many of the same things. You already said there's lots of collaboration as well in the sector, and we know that the accommodation sector has been very active in trying to move forward with sustainability and everything around it. Is there still space to differentiate yourself? Is it more... How important is that collaboration right now for the next years to come? And besides the basics initiative that you were just mentioning, is there anything else on the radar for you?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's just like what Inge has said. I mean, basically, we know that we're facing intractable challenges. Climate change and biodiversity loss, rising inequalities, social inequalities, geopolitical tensions, the digital revolution. It's impossible to think that we are going to solve those problems by not collaborating. These are so huge, so systemic, that we have to partner, and to also partner with our competitors firsthand, because these are solutions that we're going to build together. There's no other way, basically. And so I think really what was typical of the last century, of the previous century, was that we were not able to collaborate. Everybody was sort of working in silos, companies, private companies, in their own sort of corridor, NGOs in their own silos, governments, and everybody was working in silo. Now what we need to do is really work together, break those silos, because this is how, and only how, we will actually find solutions to those challenges. And that's what we do concretely. We do that, for example, by partnering and coming all together within the Sustainable Hospitality Alliance. And it's actually vital for the industry. Radisson is part of it, obviously, and I'm sure Inge can talk about that as well. But we strongly believe it's vital for the industry also, because otherwise you don't want to make sustainability. Actually, sustainability could potentially hamper and hinder your competitiveness. I mean, we are European companies. In Europe, the regulation is really stringent, and it's becoming more and more demanding. And that's really good news. And we want to be regulated. We should be regulated more, because there is an urgency, and we have to become more sustainable. But it's not the case for other, for example, US companies. The regulation is not the same for them. So they can basically free ride while we're making a lot of efforts, investing to find solutions, and then they come afterwards and they basically use the same solutions without having made the efforts before. I'm sort of exaggerating here. But how do we create a platform where we can all collaborate and avoid that sort of free rider approach? Well, it's only by collaborating, by coming up with joint initiatives. That's what we do on net zero carbon. That's what we do, for example, on human rights and on all sort of issues. So that's one way of collaborating. Another one, obviously, is more at the level of the company itself, is how to collaborate with the wider environment. How do you make that? I touched on that before. How do you make a hotel more than a hotel? How can a hotel, instead of just being plugged on a territory, or in a city or in an area, can actually become an active member of development? of that area? How can we contribute more as an industry, as a company? How can a hotel actually be a source for better management of agriculture, for example, by sourcing local food? How can a hotel, and I have plenty of examples, can actually work more with the local communities by providing opportunities, by giving an opportunity to people to actually use their talent and do the most of it? How can a hotel become a bank of construction materials so that when it becomes something else, we can reuse the materials? All of that is absolutely critical, and we've started actively to work on that. We have hotels who actually do more business with the local community, either by employing the local people in the local community, but also by welcoming those people. That's what we call the lifestyle sector, and that's what, and we see it has tremendous success. And we do a lot of our revenue comes from the people in the area who come and shop in our hotels, or who come and eat and stay in our bars and restaurants. And so these are sort of two types of collaboration that help us really rethink the way we do business. Because if we are to tackle sustainability in a really impactful way, as in not doing incremental changes, but really, really going to the level of what is expected, if we are to reach carbon neutrality by 2050, we have no choice but to rethink deeply our business model and what a hotel is.
And I think or I guess the leisure segment, if we're coming back to that one, having people staying longer in destinations and experiencing your hotels, that does give an opportunity for building probably loyalty, right? Return to the destinations, and really building a much stronger relationship with the local communities and what's going on in there. So
it's basically, how do you change all the incentives?
Yeah.
They have to be very, very different from, before we committed to, all of us, carbon neutrality, or before we actually tried to work on sustainability. These are completely different. It means the loyalty systems have to be almost, sort of rewarding, train rather than flying, actually staying for longer period of time. Anyway, I can go on for hours, but what it means is that we need a disruptive change to the system.
Thank you. Yeah, that there's some. We could go on for this on this forever. I do want to give John a chance to come back one more time to a bottleneck, maybe in the connection as well with collaboration, other collaborations within your car rental industry where that is helping with those bottlenecks. Just give us maybe one clear or two clear examples, and then I want to come back to Catherine, of course, who gave us the introduction, to have a final question for her.
So in terms of leisure, for us, it's quite difficult to have that many people working from home, because we need the people at the station to serve the consumer. So there is basically no choice. So we offer that, of course, at the headquarters, but it's not easy for us to do that everywhere. And then in terms of other bottleneck, for us, it's obviously the roadmap to the electrification, because we do have the ambition and the goal to be 100% EVs by 2036. However, the roadmap is quite a question mark, because today there is a lack of offer. As I said earlier, it's extremely complicated to buy EVs. There is no EVs on the market, not enough EVs on the market. There is a lack of demand, and there is a lack of demand because today there is still some fear from people to rent cars when they go, especially when they go on holidays, because of course it depends on the usage. If we are talking about our car sharing activities, we can be 100% EVs, but if we are talking about traditional leisure business, it's difficult because of the infrastructure, which is the biggest bottleneck, the lack of infrastructure. It's clear that today it is not at the level that it should be, and in addition to that, it is quite complex, because most of the time, we are the first electric experience from consumer. So we are a fantastic accelerator of the transition. We are a fantastic opportunity to educate people, but the experience has to be good. And if you don't know how it works, it's not that simple, because people, we are providing the car, we are telling them experience is fantastic, But when you go to the pole, to the charging point with your credit card, because you are used to do that, and you cannot use your credit card because you cannot pay with your credit card, you have to download an app. So you download the app. You don't know how much you are paying. You don't know, there is no price transparency. There is no reference. And then you are moving away a few kilometers. You have to recharge. You go to another pole. You are super happy because you already have your app. Bad luck, this is not the same furnisher, so you have to download a second app, and you still don't know how much you are going to pay. So there is definitely a lack of harmonization. We should, at least EU level, organize the roaming, if I can say, of the charging poles, and make it much more transparent to the consumer. And once again, sorry. So in terms of business travel, yes, we do have a competitive advantage, if I can say, because due to the ESG obligation from the different companies on the purchase, the procurement, the procurement guys of the different companies, we have the track records. That is obviously an advantage. For the leisure part, it is less obvious because it's still very price sensitive.
I hear, infrastructure, a big topic in all of that, and information for the traveler. Inga, I know that's a topic close to your heart, and I see you putting down notes there. Do you want to say something to that?
Just really quickly, I think the EV is a key point. I drive an EV, I love it, but it's true, we talked about it. It's when you stay in your comfort zone, you know, this is my route from home to work, etc. So then it's easy. But when you move out of your comfort zone, when you move to new destinations, it needs to be easy. And I think also that's where we can work across different sections in tourism and travel, because for example, in Radisson Hotel Group, we are putting EV chargers in all our hotels in Europe. We already have more than 500 charging points, and we have it as a clear plan to equip all of them. Of course, they need to have space, some parking spots, etc., but with regular EV charging and even high-performance chargers, which is a whole other subject. So I think that's where collaboration, again, can be actually something we can do together, because we can make it easier for the traveler to travel sustainably, basically.
Yeah. I'm glad I gave ideas for an app and for collaboration here coming out of this panel. Catherine, from a perspective from GBTA, just as final words to round this up, you have a role of bringing different organizations together. You have a role in leading some of the collaboration initiatives. We've heard infrastructure, we heard information that needs to be more accessible. Are there any kind of initiatives on the horizon from your side? What's your role in all of this, maybe in general, and some of the instrument, how you can help this process?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, as an association, we are here to serve our members. And, you know, with GBTA, what we see ourselves as, most importantly, a platform where the many voices of business travel can come together and can work out what the solution is, you know, and the point has been made time and time again on this panel. It's about collaboration, and we provide a platform for that. And, you know, whether it's within the membership, where it's about best practice on what their travel policy should be, the whole thing around sharing best practice around how to create a frictionless experience, or education of leadership as to why this is important, and in the production of tools like our sustainability toolkit, the data, or you know, say again, that sharing of best practice. But in terms of the, you know, if we're talking about policy from an advocacy perspective, you know, the EU has published its Green Deal. It has a number of different types of legislation that is coming down the track, and there are various consultations underway. I spent 3 hours yesterday in a workshop around count emissions EU, and you know what we know from in terms of a sustainability perspective, the reporting is absolutely key. It has to be with reliable data and comparable data. At the minute, there's can be up to a 55% variance on the emissions that you can calculate from one trip. That's not right, and so we are working to help to guide that particular legislation to make sure that it meets the needs of the business travel industry. In terms of connectivity, there's the multimodal digital services consultation that's coming along. And that's absolutely huge because, you know, so much about it is, you know, for people to make the right choice, it's about having that, you know, available and visible to them and having the connectivity, you know, so that you can compare a trip that has rail only, air versus rail, combination of air and rail, so and understanding what the impact of that decision is. And then, you know, another aspect of it is around passenger rights, and there's a consultation on that. So that's just a small segment of what's going on, and we are, you know, so we are actively participating in those consultations. We are, you know, based on the advice and guidance and positions that are provided to us by our members. And then we're seeking to partner with other associations that can help in the development of the infrastructure as well. That is so important, particularly around things like EVs. So yeah, I think it's a really exciting time. I think there's definitely a sense of urgency, and there is, you know, a great desire to build a more sustainable future and to support this. So, and you know, and we are really keen to open and collaborate with whoever shares our goal for that.
Thank you, Catherine. Lots of things going on. I think what this panel made clear today is that this is, there are so many facets in all of this, on all of the different sides, and collaboration is reaching, in terms of importance, we've never had more urgency and to collaborate on all of those things together. I think we, hopefully through some good seeds for thought in this round right here. I know there are many things that we could continue to discuss. There are, in the next few weeks, more opportunities and events for people to discuss this. Right here, after this panel, we have another one, well, a case study and then a panel that is staying with the topic, and they're continuing a little bit that line of thought. And then, of course, we have GBTA. Catherine, right, you guys have on the 8th of November your Sustainability Summit. We have WTM coming up, COP is coming up, so there are lots of opportunities in the next few weeks for that. For now, that is the end. I thank all of you, all of the 4 panelists that they've joined and shared their knowledge in an honest and open way as usual, and everyone who was here listening. I hope you enjoyed it, and a good rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Burka. Thank you, panel members. And as Burka suggested, we are continuing on the theme. And I would like to invite to the stage the director of the Grayling Group, Charles Feld. Charles, if you're here, please come up. A case study on building a greener future for business travel, the GBTA Sustainability Initiative. Charles.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. So my name is Charles Feld. I'm a director at Grayling. I cover energy, sustainability, and transport. And I'm here on behalf of GBTA. So this is a good transition with the previous panel, where Catherine Logan touched upon some of the initiatives that the Trade Association has been working on. And I'm here to talk to you about GBTA's sustainability initiative, or as we call it, its sustainability journey. So, first, GBTA, what is it? It's a leading business travel and meetings trade association. It has operations over 6 continents, 7,000 plus members, and they manage global expenditures over $345 billion. Grayling, my organization, has been supporting GBTA with its outreach in Brussels and in London, and also helping it deliver its sustainability journey that I'm going to present to you now. So I think that we can all agree that we need a voice for business travel on sustainability, and I think that the previous panel highlighted how important this is. That's why GBTA is making sustainability a standalone program under the newly relaunched GBTA Foundation. So the focus now is clearly on decarbonizing business travel by empowering corporate buyers and suppliers to reduce emissions and act on climate. And how are we doing that? The sustainability journey is in fact grounded on 3 pillars or work streams. I'm going to present these in more detail moving forward, but I quickly want to explain what they are. So the first one is learning. GBTA's fundamental mission is to educate its members, to give them the knowledge, the know-how, the tools to improve their performance. And that's exactly what we've been trying to do on sustainability with the new sustainability toolkit, with a new study on the state of sustainability, which I'll mention later on. The second pillar is advocacy, and this is of course also fundamental, so the business travel industry's voice is heard, and we can actually share best practice, concrete experiences with decision makers to help them create a regulatory framework that is fit for purpose. So we're also very active on that front. The third pillar is community. Community is what is happening right now. Events like a World for Travel are absolutely essential to bring stakeholders to the table, and GBTA is trying to play its part in that process by mobilizing its members, suppliers and buyers, obviously, but also the broader ecosystem. So we're engaging with decision makers, with civil society, with academics, just to make sure that everyone that can help is involved in the sustainability journey. Before presenting these 3 work streams in a bit more detail, I just want to mention a couple of specific initiatives that GBTA has been working on. The first one is the Win It network, which is actually focused on helping women within the travel industries achieve positive change for their careers. And that's something that's also very important for GBTA. And the second one is the Ladders Team Mentor Program, which is for young professionals to help them thrive within the industry and help build the next generation of business travel professionals. So those are just 2 initiatives on the social side, but this presentation obviously focuses more on sustainability from an environmental standpoint. So diving into these different work streams. The first one is learning. Learning is key, and I think a panelist yesterday said, you can't manage what you can't measure. So the starting point for the sustainability journey was actually the launch of a landmark study by GBTA earlier this year, and I think that Catherine mentioned this in the previous panel discussion, called the State of Sustainability. What does this study aim to achieve, and what does it say? So it enabled us to survey over 750 buyers and suppliers and over 100 external stakeholders to try to understand their perception of sustainability in the business travel sector and what they thought should be the priorities going forward. You have some of the key takeaways here, but I'd just like to mention a few that are essential in my mind. First, sustainability is obviously on everyone's mind. 89% of industry respondents say that it should be a priority going forward for the industry. It's also becoming an integral part of travel management. 76% of industry respondents currently have sustainable practices or are planning to use some to manage their travel policies, so that's great news. Climate action and reducing carbon emissions are obviously a key priority. A lot of organizations are using the UN Sustainable Development Goals to guide them in this journey, so that's also good news. And emission reductions, energy efficiency, waste reduction, but also employee health and safety are some of the top material issues. The race to net zero is in motion, and business travel is part of it. One of the key takeaways from this study is that close to 100 companies that have SBTI targets have specific targets for business travel, so that's also good. However, the bad news is that the self-assessment is not looking good, and that the external perception is even worse, as you can see here. More than a third of industry professionals say that we're not doing enough on the sustainability front, and more than half of the external stakeholders think the same. So what are the major obstacles or hurdles to improve the sector's performance? Higher costs, the lack of data, and regulatory uncertainty are identified as the main barriers for action. The key actions that need to be taken to improve the sector's performance are culture change, and that's probably the biggest challenge, but also better data tracking and harmonizing standards. And I know that there's a panel later today that will touch upon that. So influencing travel behavior is seen as key. And one of the main takeaways of this study is that 90% of members say that GBTA, as the main organization in the sector, should guide them on this journey. So that's our clear mandate right here. The second initiative is GBTA's revamped sustainability toolkit. This is a very concrete and collaborative tool that we've developed and presented over the last summer. And instead of describing it with words, I have a short video here under a minute that I'll just show you, and that explains what it is. So that's for the sustainability toolkit. So this was really a collaborative project involving all the experts within the organization, and I'll touch upon this when I mention the new governance that has been put in place. For those of you that are interested, please use the QR code and you can have a look at the toolkit that's available online. So these are two examples of how GBTA has been trying to help with research, education, and learning. The next vertical is advocacy, and this is absolutely fundamental. And I think that several speakers actually pinpointed the importance of what governments are doing right now and the regulatory pressure on the sector. So what GBTA has been doing and what Grayling has been supporting with is issuing clear calls to action by underlining what the sector needs from policymakers to make the green transition a reality. So here you have a couple of examples of some of the subsectors that we've been looking at. Air travel obviously is one. The uptake of sustainable aviation fuels is absolutely crucial for the sector to succeed in its transition. Road transport is another, promoting the deployment of charging infrastructure, and the previous panel also touched upon this. Yesterday, the European institutions actually agreed on the first piece of legislation as part of the Fit for 55 package, which is banning the internal combustion engine for cars by 2035. Bearing that in mind, the rollout of infrastructure for EVs is absolutely crucial, and GBTA has been pushing for this very actively. Rail transport, multimodality, developing greener transport solutions is also key, and that's why GBTA has been supporting the European Commission in its efforts to shift some of the transport from air to rail, or at least give business travelers more options. Accommodation is also key. Right now, discussions are taking place on the energy performance of buildings, and the European Commission is also trying to improve the performance of the building stock, and we're very active on that front as well. And finally, the energy mix. With the energy crisis right now, and the war in Russia, some of the targets that have been set regarding the uptake of renewable energy or energy efficiency are more relevant than ever. And in the business travel sector, obviously also. So all these different files are clear opportunities to support the transition for both the transport and the hospitality sector. So we've been doing everything we can to engage with the key decision makers, in particular in Brussels, where we're active, to inform them of the realities in the business travel sector and what needs to be done in terms of the enabling conditions to support the sustainability journey. Some of the key actions that have been taken by GBTA on the advocacy front are described in this slide. So we're obviously very active in Brussels, but also in the US. For example, GBTA has been playing an active role in supporting SAFs by endorsing the US SAF Grand Challenge, which is a government-wide collaboration to reduce the cost, improve the sustainability, and the production of SAFs. At the European level, we have been sharing our recommendations on Count Emissions EU and actively pushing for the standardization of emissions data disclosure. Finally, GBTA is a proud signatory of the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Action in Tourism, which was launched at COP26. And this is closely related to the importance of working collaboratively with the rest of the industry. The third and final pillar is community. I think that we can all agree that in order to take on the global challenge of sustainability in business travel, we need a global community. So GBTA is acting as a driving force to mobilize the business travel ecosystem across all verticals, be it aviation, hospitality, car rentals, intermediary like travel agencies, really trying to bring everyone to the table. It's been doing that first internally by setting up a new governance and by leveraging subject matter expertise within the organization. This is what's described on this slide. We have a sustainability committee that has been very active on some of the projects that I mentioned, like the toolkit, different task forces with subject matter experts, but also a sustainability leadership council with leaders from 20 supply-side companies, senior C-suite experts that are actually sharing their knowledge and their expertise to make sure that our work is grounded in reality. The same on the buy side with companies that are part of the corporate advisory board. So these different instances are working together to make sure that what GBTA produces is relevant and is fit for purpose. On the external side, I know that the previous panel mentioned this, we're also trying to bring stakeholders to the table and making sure that everyone has a part in this discussion. So GBTA is organizing its first ever Sustainability Summit on business travel on the 8th of November in Brussels. And what's exciting about this new event? Well, first, it's the first summit of its kind. It's head-on addressing climate action, which is, I hope you're convinced by now, the biggest challenge for our industry. And it's taking place in parallel of the COP27 negotiations. So both will hopefully feed into each other and we can connect the dots. It's also a stimulating multi-stakeholder debate, and we will touch upon some of the solutions that we have today and that we should consider with industry representatives, decision makers, several senior officials from the European institutions, and civil society leaders. Hopefully, we can present a mix of inspirational, very practical, and forward-looking sessions that will be interactive and that will, towards the end of the day, help us have a clearer idea of how we can make the transition in the sector reality. That's a quick overview of what GBTA's sustainability journey is. I really hope that everyone that's interested in business travel and sustainability at large can join us in Brussels in a couple of weeks. I also hope that this presentation was informative. I'll leave it at that, but I'm very happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Charles. Appreciate that. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break. Then please, everybody back here at 11:40. If you can do that, we'd appreciate that to continue the program. So 15-minute break, back at 11:40. Thanks so much.
Yes. still 1 or 2 minutes. Maybe introduce to Patrick Courbet. Hi Patrick. Waiting for MSC. MSC Cruises. Yeah. And you're doing a big project in Saudi. Exactly. Yes. And so you resume November, you still yes. So yes. That's good. And it's the same as last year? The same. Okay. The combination of all the, as you explained to me, including Saudi and Jordan.
But after the first year, finally we decided to make Alula as we did last winter. The operation, we did from Jeddah with a charter flight.
Jeddah direct, okay. Even not Yanbu or,
Yanbu, we remain in Yanbu, but
for Alula from Jeddah, it's easier.
Yes, because before that was the plan to make it from Al-Waj.
Al-Waj, yes, but no way for you.
But the problem is that we put a bigger ship last year.
It was impossible for it to. And even for Al-Waj, to be fair with you, it's 3 hours a day. So better fly.
I got it. No,
yeah, once you see
small things, this winter will be bigger numbers.
I haven't seen it.
Okay, you got to see because there's a guy in the movie who's working with him, right? And it's his driver. And everywhere he goes, I got it.
Yeah.
I don't got it.
Yes, not the weekend.
What's the name of the movie? On your left.
And you know that we are
Melbourne's takeoff from all the Alpha stuff. So you can find it on Netflix. It's called High Anxiety. You're going to fall over laughing. So when you see the driver, he keeps on saying, I got it. And then, I don't got it.
Ah, okay. Where is
the first year we did
People are 5 minutes ahead.
Saudi. And
yes. You know how many people is on these streets?
A lot. Yeah. It's a huge online run. It's too fast.
With the university.
Oh, yeah.
And another one. And we have 2 Cairo. Yeah, we have 2 Cairo.
who's the French business?
Yes.
And we organized a charter.
Yes.
But is activity for the US?
It's organ directly. Okay. Organ they board the position. Okay.
You get a version of it this week.
Okay.
I'm trying to get all my shows. And what happens is, which I was surprised.
That's great.
You have to massage.
Of course. Of course you have to.
And then after that, it goes to global distribution on terrestrial. People like that. Well, French, 24 hours. I was at calls from what's going on? Everybody in Tanzania was watching. And we've never seen it.
The combination, yes. I know people, French people that like that, yes. It's amazing.
So we know, and what we do is
yes, showcase. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's a cute one.
It's an aviation issue. We've been working hard today.
It's what it is.
That's what I'm saying to now.
The first time I meet
to make life easier for our kids, you guys can provide the car. Thank you so much. You guys can do it.
See you, Patrick. See you.
It's going to be a Saudi. We'll give everybody 5 minutes to come in.
No problem. How are you this morning?
I'm good. Yeah. So what we're going to do is, I'll introduce you to the case study, and then
And then you'll ask questions.
Yeah.
The case study is like 8 minutes.
Yeah. Did Lionel Richie come over there?
He came over last year.
Yeah.
So we have John Legend on November 11th.
And we laugh because we've known each other almost 40 years.
Wow.
And he's 73 years old. And he puts, did you see the show?
Yeah, he's energetic.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
Did he bring over like a 5-piece group?
Yeah.
Right? The guy who plays 4 instruments?
Right.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
Right?
so that's why he doesn't need 10.
No, but that one guy
Yeah.
does it all.
Equals 4.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah, yeah.
No, what I love when we actually did go to the Alicia Keys concert, because we were sitting there, and then in the middle of the show, they raised the back curtain,
Yeah,
and it's
it's
all
so
lit up behind it.
That's the best, one of the best features of the Mariah
Yeah.
is that by design.
Oh, yeah.
Redo it 3 times to get it right.
Of course. So now, are you speaking at WTC? You are?
I am on a panel with John the Gun
Oh, John.
and Jerry, ubiquitous Jerry.
Okay, let me say, okay, we'll get to the, now we'll get to the Jerry recording.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, Jerry's never met a counter either.
Right.
I've known Jerry for.
What's his?
No, one Duray.
One Duray.
See,
Yeah, I'm like, okay, yeah.
Jerry, I've known Jerry, God, since he started the Four Seasons, like a bellboy in Houston.
Yeah.
And then he ended up working for South Kurzman in Botswana in Africa.
Really?
Sun City. And he put Sun City on the map.
Really?
And he became so important in that country that when Jerry got married to Prudence, you know who the best man was? Nelson Mandela.
No way.
Oh,
really?
Oh, yeah. And you know who presided? Bishop Tutu.
No, of course.
So Jerry, and then Jerry ended up working, stayed with South Kurzman in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Right? Then went over to Forbes. And then from Forbes, they brought him over to South Africa.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what he's doing is so desperately needed in Rio because there's really nothing else there, right? So hopefully that will be the tourism hub for.
Well, what he's doing is he's not just building this, he's calling the Lord's favors on every restaurateur and.
Yeah. And bring the brands in. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah. So, but I mean, they need it because there's no there otherwise.
It'll be.
Do they have any stock those of them?
Well, they're sort of open.
I don't know that they have any hotels.
No, but they've all announced them.
Yeah,
They've announced the brands.
Yeah, so I'm hoping sometime between 3 and first.
Well, when I was in Honolulu, I stayed at, I think it was Banyan Tree.
No, Habitats.
Habitats.
Yeah, yeah.
That was nice.
You know, Banyan Tree, we just opened last week.
Yes, it was Habitats.
Yeah, Habitats is great. Yeah. In fact, Habitats just got a $50 million infusion from PIF to expand the brand globally. Oliver,
By the way, let me know what was there.
Banyan Tree. Yeah. That would be the best. Yeah. Because the new villas are just gorgeous.
Well, it was so funny because when I stayed at Habitats, you wake up in the morning, I go there every night. You wake up in the morning and you walk out, you're like, it's there.
Yeah, it's all in front of you. And that's the same, Banyan Tree fits right in as well. And again, like Habitats, no driving up to the rooms. You just
Golf carts.
Golf carts, yeah. To keep it quiet.
Habitat has the lights.
Yeah,
Sun Tree does not.
but they're getting it.
Right.
Because it's a big campus to get around. People can't. Yeah. Right.
I'm giving everybody 2 more minutes. Yes. Let me go upstairs.
We'll go to, yes, we'll go to.
If you could all take your seats, please. We're about to begin. Welcome back, everybody. We're continuing our theme about business travel and sustainability, or bleisure, if you will, since so much of the travel recovery has been led by the leisure market, which is now morphing with the business travel market. Before I introduce our next speaker, I want to give you a little bit of a background about Saudi Arabia and UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The one thing you can say about UNESCO World Heritage Sites, if you actually look at all of them, it's amazing about how many people don't even know exist. It's amazing about, even if you know they exist, how many countries have done not such a great job in either preserving them or presenting them. For 79 years, Saudi Arabia was a closed country. It was a closed kingdom. And it wasn't until 2018 that they opened the doors and granted visas for tourists from just about everywhere. And in 2018, before that happened, I had a chance to go to Alula, which, by the way, is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, which very few people had seen. And I was blown away. Now, when I was first there, it was me and 3 camels. Things have changed. And our next speaker is going to talk about that, but also importantly about what that means in terms of building a sustainable model when you're also developing an area that no one had really spent time in before. And if you've not been to Alula, I recommend that you go. You will always be blown away like I was. So please welcome for the case study, Philip Jones, the Chief Destination Marketing and Management Officer for the Royal Commission of Alula.
Thank you, Peter, and good morning to everyone, and hello everyone out in the streaming world. It's great to be here in Nîmes, and it's great to have this opportunity to talk about Alula. You know, as Peter mentioned, Alula is an unknown destination, and I think when I was first approached about coming to Alula, I thought it was in Hawaii, and then I realized that they flew me over to Saudi Arabia and told me, come take a look at this amazing place that I've been in the industry for 30 years, never knew it existed. And so to put it in perspective, I want you to watch a short video.
أغمض جفوني أتخيلك وبزمان اللحظة تحيا شجوني والفي على بابك والقلب يلفاك وهذا الصخر ينبض بلقياك أمشي وكفي صافح صفحة هضابك وحبات الرمل تهمس تعال هلابك أدري إني أسيرة حضورك وبنسى خطوتي بين فيافي غرورك لك في فؤادي هيبة ورغبة وسمت بلحظة أتخيلك وغمض جفوني عيون القلب هي اللي تشوفك مو عيوني لأنك مكان يهدينا رحلة لأعظم تحفة عرفها الزمن.
So we call Alula the world's masterpiece, and we also say it's truly a journey through time because it's been around for the last 7,000 years of continuous civilizations dating back to the Lahians and the Dadanites all the way up to modern day. But it's located about 1,000 kilometers from Riyadh, so it's in the northwestern corner of Saudi Arabia. The population is 45,000 people in an area the size of Belgium, so it's very sparsely populated, and primarily it had been date farmers. There are 1 million date farms in Alula. Our goal is to try and go from this year about 130,000 visitors to 1.2 million visitors by the time we finished with the development of phase 1 over the next 5 to 7 years. And our goal also is to make sure that we diversify the visitor stream so they're coming from not only Saudi Arabia, but throughout the region and frankly globally as well. So one of the things that we wanted to do is really learn from the mistakes of other destinations and build a destination from the ground up. We're calling it our tourism ecosystem, with a commitment to sustainability, with a commitment to preserving and protecting these amazing assets we have. Like I say, they've been around for 7,000 years. We need to keep them around for another 7,000 years. So we're following all of the sustainability models. We actually launched our commitment to sustainability in Paris 3 years ago, and everything we do blends into the environment. It doesn't take away from the natural beauty of the area, so no big tall building or skyscrapers. Everything reflects the beauty of the region. So we're also focused on quality over quantity. Alula will never be a mass tourism destination. Like I said, maybe we'll get 1.2 million visitors. We're at 600 hotel rooms now. We had just opened Banyan Tree last week. We opened Habitas last December. Both are hotels that are very committed to sustainability and to being environmentally friendly. Our 4 pillars, though, are heritage, arts and culture, nature, and adventure. And we're really focusing on making sure the experience is natural and sustainable. We want to engage the local community in a way so that every visitor experience is authentic. We want to focus on luxury. We are positioning Alula as the luxury premium destination for visits to KSA. And we're also focusing on adventure because it lends itself to both soft and extreme adventure. And then, of course, we're focused on culture because that's part of the beauty of the areas, the many local cultural influences that we have to offer. Hegra is the iconic image for UNESCO World Heritage Sites. It's the southern border of the Nabatean Kingdom. So many people are familiar with Petra, which is the northern border in Jordan. Hegra is the southern border of the Nabatean Kingdom. But we also have Dedan, which is the site dedicated to the Dadanites, and the Jabal Ikma, which is early carvings into rocks, a library. We have Old Town that's been completely restored, and now we're opening Al Jadida district in November, so in a couple of weeks. We're also putting a big emphasis on arts and culture. In fact, we partner with the Palm Springs for Desert X, so every year it alternates between Alula and Palm Springs. And we're also building something called Valley of the Arts, or Wadi Al Fan, which is our commitment to putting in place massive art installations from world-leading artists to really create an environment to support and sustain the arts community in Alula and globally. Mariah is the largest mirrored building in the world, and we host a number of concerts. Just last weekend, we hosted Mariah Carey. On November 11th, we host John Legend and One Republic. So we're bringing in performing acts from around the world. But what's beautiful about Mariah, it's limited to 550 people. So it's not big numbers. It's very individualistic, very beautiful setting, and it reflects the valley in a very stunning way. So nature and outdoor experiences are a big part of how we're positioning the destination. Adventure is, again, it lends itself to Alula because of the natural landscapes. And so everything from stargazing, mountain biking, hiking, to via ferrata, abseiling, and rock climbing, as well as we have a Guinness World Book of Records for the most hot air balloons in one location, 200 last winter. And so we're hoping to do that, along with, we host the Saudi Tour professional bike race, and a series of other extreme performances as well. And then, we are also focused on, endurance sports. So in addition to cycling, we also do eco-trail running and trail running through the desert. Wellness and spirituality is another area that we're really focused on. We just hosted our wellness festival, and Alula hosts a series of events throughout the year. We call it our season, running from end of September through mid-March. And we have a series of events and activities with festivals featuring different sort of aspects of the destination to really showcase those assets that we have and introduce new audiences to this amazing destination. Our hotels and resorts, we have a very robust pipeline. We expect to be at about 2,000 hotel rooms by the end of 25, including 3 Amman resorts that are currently under design. And we are building into the rocks a Jean Nouvel design hotel that will actually be carved into the rocks in Alula, like the old Nabatean tombs from the Nabatean Kingdom. And of course, Habitas Alula and Banyan Tree are 2 newest properties. So as I mentioned, 1.2 million visitors, 53% national, 37% international. And then our goal is to spend roughly $32 billion or euros to build this amazing destination from the ground up. And our hope is to create 38,000 jobs in the process. So in conclusion, we're focusing on sustainability, one, because it's the right thing to do. Two, because there's untapped tourism potential in Saudi Arabia, but also specifically in Alula. The destination is stunning. Every time someone comes to Alula and visits it, I have yet to meet someone who goes, it was okay. Everyone goes, oh my gosh, this is one of the most amazing destinations I've ever had the pleasure of visiting. And so we want to have that awe-inspiring sort of experience for our visitors. And we want to also make sure that, we partner with the best brands, and both be that hotels, restaurants, other visitor assets, to make sure that the experience is best in class. And like I say, it's the right thing to do. So with that, thank you very much, and I look forward to chatting with Peter.
Thank you, Philip. If I'm not careful, the chair is going all the way back. I know. I guess the benefit that you had with Alula is you literally started from scratch. This wasn't like you went in there and did a rehab. This was a fresh canvas. It was unpainted.
Absolutely. I mean, when I arrived, there were 2 restaurants and 1 hotel. That was a little sketchy. You were not really happy about staying in it.
That's the sketchy part of town.
Yeah. And now we have, we have 20 restaurants. We have, 5 hotels, and we have a new airport. We have a new executive terminal as well. So we're building everything from the ground up the right way, sustainably, properly, but also it's a greenfield. There was literally nothing there.
And you mentioned the airport. You're now having flights, nonstop flights to Paris?
Correct, on Sundays starting on December 4th. It'll run from December through the end of March. We have flights now, 2 flights a week from Cairo, 4 flights a week from Dubai, 7 flights a week from Riyadh, and 6 flights a week from Jeddah, just to name a few.
Too bad he doesn't know any of the numbers, okay. But the bottom line, with airlift now, that opens the door for, I don't want to say bleisure, but with that, I hate that sound of the word, but bleisure really can play a part here.
Absolutely, and the other asset that we have with Mariah, it's not only a venue for concerts, but also a venue for MICE as well. And so again, no more than 500 people, but very, very beautiful setting to host very unique sort of corporate events.
And especially, the one thing is you've managed the size. It's one thing to talk about growth, it's another thing to manage it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, everything we're doing is limiting it to, focused on quality over quantity. We don't want to be, all due respect to Petra, with 1,000 people looking at the treasury versus Hegra, where you have 3 or 30 people looking at Hegra. It's all about controlling the numbers to make sure the experience is high quality.
See, my metric for this is no gift shop.
Yeah. Well, we have gift shops.
I knew it, okay.
Because but we're using local products. We're using moringa oil and dates and citrus from the area.
Well, let's talk about that, because part of sustainability is going back to the local community. Yeah. Part of that is sustaining the local community, because you mentioned 38,000 jobs.
Yeah. I mean, remember, this destination, has only been around for 7,000 years, but the last 100, it's been closed off. And primarily the industry is farming. It's date farming or citrus farming. And so what we're doing is opening up opportunities for these young men and women who live in Alula to a new industry. And so we're training them. We're sending them to Paris to be trained as chefs with Ferrandi. We're sending them around the world to get educated in hospitality so they can come back and be the frontline employees and leaders of this industry in the future.
But of course, when you're dealing with a local community, you also have to educate them as to the definition of sustainability.
I mean, that's a big part of what we're doing. We have a whole program to really educate the local community and make them understand that it's not okay to drive down the road and throw trash out your car. So it's an educational process, because up until this point, it was basically an untouched area. Even people in Saudi Arabia would not visit Alula because they didn't even know it existed, really. And so
there was no easy way to get there.
No easy way to get there. Now we have major highways and, of course, airlift as well. And so the people of Saudi Arabia are discovering it, as well as the people from around the globe.
All right, elephant in the room. We have one right there, water. How do you deal with that now?
So makes Alula unique is it's always been a sort of a stop from the incense route because it's got an ample water source. That's why it's an oasis, right? That's why there are 1 million date palms there. So what we have to do is make sure that the ample water supply stays ample. And so we're putting in place conservation methods for farming because in the past the farmers would just water everything, and now they're being taught the sustainable ways for agricultural practices as well.
Because, of course, the example we have in the United States right now is Lake Mead, and it's not pretty.
Right. I mean, the water source is expected to be ample through 2050 in Alula, but if we don't preserve and make sure we conserve, it could run out sooner. So they're being very, very, I think, very diligent in putting in place practices to ensure that.
Any plans for desalination?
Absolutely. Desalination is a big part of the plans, not only for Alula, but throughout Saudi Arabia.
And of course, it goes without saying, solar.
Solar and wind are two areas that we're really also focused on. Because remember, the country of Saudi Arabia is transforming its economy from being an oil and gas-based only economy to diversifying. And tourism is one of the pillars that the leadership of the country has decided is the right strategy for the country.
And even though you've got a highway system now that links Alula, once you get to Alula, you're not driving.
No. Yeah, it's one of these areas that, I mean, there's 16 kilometers between Old Town and Hegra, and we're putting in place a new tram system that Thales, the French company, is building for us with hop-on, hop-off stops so people can get on and get off. And again, very sustainable, and to support the environment and to make sure that we make all of the sites accessible, but in a way that doesn't detract from preserving and protecting them.
Having said all that, because this is a brave new world for you as well,
Indeed.
having come from Dallas,
Yes.
What's your biggest challenge?
I think the biggest challenge is the perception of Saudi Arabia. People still have, in many cases, an old, outdated perception of the kingdom, like I did when I was first approached about this opportunity. And the best thing I can advise you to do is come see it for yourself. Because when you get there and you see the lovely, warm, friendly, generous hospitality, you see the amazing sort of natural landscapes and all the historical and archaeological sites, it's just one of those places that is very special. And so what we have to do is make sure we invite the world to come and experience it and do so in a way that's I think, responsible and sustainable.
Well, you said the word responsible because from a responsible travel and tourism perspective, this is an unbelievable opportunity when you consider the fact that this was a closed kingdom for 79 years.
Correct, and it's just opened up in the last 3 or 4 years. And what is exciting for us is people are discovering it, and they're falling in love with it. And so one of the things we have to do is make sure that we make it available to people, but also make sure that they understand what a special place it is.
All right, second elephant in the room question, otherwise known as development. Please tell me you're not doing big condominium developments.
None. Every hotel development fits into the natural environment, all low impact, low rise, so you don't take away from the natural beauty of the area. So nothing we build will stand out. It has to fit into the natural environment.
And part two, employee housing.
Employee housing, that's a big piece of what we have to do because a lot of the employees that we're bringing in are coming in from outside because we don't have the properly trained employees. We're working on a hospitality college and training programs, but a lot of the employees we're bringing in are from Philippines and elsewhere, and so we have to have safe employee housing, and so we have 2 campuses where we have the employee housing, and so that will obviously the number of employees will decrease from outside as we train up locals for the jobs in Saudi.
So you're building up a training infrastructure.
Absolutely, it's important. We have to have those frontline employees because when a visitor comes, all due respect to our friends from the Philippines, they don't necessarily want to engage with a Filipino waiter or waitress or room attendant. They want to engage with locals so they can ask questions and feel like they're having an authentic visitor experience.
And then you have to train them too.
And they do, yeah.
English?
English is a big part of most of the employees we have speak English, and they're bilingual. That's the primary language. Now we're also training up certain tour guides in French, Italian, German, and other languages, but the primary language spoken is English.
Last question about airlift. You got flights going, but they're regional carriers, right? No U.S. carriers yet.
No, but we're adding. We're trying to add all of the alliances. So we have One World starting service to Alula through Amman, Jordan on Royal Jordanian in January. We have Emirates/Star Alliance through Dubai. We have Flynas flying out of Cairo, which is again Star Alliance, and then Saudi is part of SkyTeam. So we have all the alliances covered and all. So you can do a one-stop to Alula direct, either through Dubai, through Amman, or through Cairo.
And relatively speaking, in terms of airline route expansion, that's almost inconceivable that it happened that fast.
Well, we've worked very hard, and we're doing a little monetary support to encourage the...
little monetary support.
Yeah.
Always helpful. Philip Jones from Alula, please thank him.
Thank you very much.
And now it's time to go to our next panel. So let me welcome your moderator. You've seen her on stage before, my old friend Ufi Ibrahim. Would you please come up and introduce your panel?
Hello, everyone. Thank you again, Peter. Congratulations to Alula. Looks like they're doing a wonderful, wonderful development job there, and beautiful narration. So we are here in Nîmes, and we are going to be focused with our panel on business travel and whether or not it can and how it is being measured for sustainability and efficiency. So why is the first thing? Why are we even talking about having to measure business travel for sustainability and efficiency? So I just want to set the scene by saying that COP27 is just over a week away in November. And as politicians prepare, they are preparing at the same time to show and demonstrate their green credentials. And many of the governments around the world, the signatories of the Paris Agreement, focus on business to deliver on their sustainability goals. And business, therefore, the business community is keen on demonstrating their green credentials. And what they do is they look at their supply chain, and they force their supply chain to help them to deliver on those green credentials, including their executives. When they travel on business, their executives are asked to ensure that their hotels that they stay in, the flights that they take, or other modes of transport that they use are all going to fulfill their sustainability goals. So if our industry, the tour operators, the travel agents, the hotels, the airlines, if they want that business, they have to prove and demonstrate their green credentials. So this is why we're here talking about how and what is it that we are going to be measuring for sustainability and efficiency to demonstrate these green credentials to this corporate customer world. I wanted to start with Charles Field from Grayling. I won't go into their bios too much because I want to make sure that we stick to our time for this panel. And please look him up, but you'll see that he has a vast knowledge of experience about regulation, policy making, and particularly the European Union. And I wanted to start with you, Charles. Is the EU looking at business travel? What kind of questions are they asking? Are they actually measuring our impact? What about the IPCC targets? How are the EU looking at our performance versus IPCC targets? Tell us a little bit about this regulatory context from the EU perspective.
Thank you very much, Ufi, and it's great to be here. So as you said, we've been looking quite closely at the regulatory framework and everything that's happening right now at the European level, in particular. And what's happening right now is that the European Union is redefining what sustainability means, how it needs to be assessed, and applied to different sectors. So there are a lot of new regulations that are coming our way. Some of them are horizontal and apply to all business sectors, and some of them are more sector specific. So maybe just a couple of examples to illustrate this trend. One piece of legislation is the Corporate Sustainable Reporting Directive, for example, which creates new requirements for companies to disclose non-financial information relating to their impact in terms of the environment, social rights, human rights, etc. Another piece is the Corporate Sustainable Due Diligence Directive, close but not the same. And this mandates companies to actually oversee their supply chains to measure, to mitigate their impact on the environment, on communities. And so it's creating a whole new framework for due diligence. And then the third one is the taxonomy. Some of you might have heard of this. It's incredibly complicated, but it's basically a new financial framework to steer investments towards green projects by defining what a sustainable economic activity is, with specific criteria for the transport and building sector, for example. So these are just a couple of examples. There's a lot going on also regarding green claims, deforestation, and so on and so forth. All of these are not specific to the business travel sector, but they will definitely impact the travel and the business travel sector. One specific piece of legislation which is particularly relevant is the Count Emissions EU initiative, which basically aims to set a common framework for the calculation and the reporting of transport-related emissions. And for GBTA, for example, this is absolutely key. I can explain what they're expecting from this. But to your second point on the IPCC targets and how the industry is doing, it's hard, I think, to assess the overall performance of the sector just because it's fragmented and companies have more and more individual objectives and goals. A lot of them are trying to reach net zero. What we know is that aviation, for example, represents 5% of global emissions. The hospitality sector, 1%. And the transport sector in general, 25%. So it's massive, and we need to do more on that front. We also know that a lot of companies are committing to, for example, the science-based targets and have specific objectives relating to business travel. So that's good. Some of the studies that the GBTA has been doing, however, show that for 63% of the industry, basically the lack of data on emissions and the lack of reporting standards is the major hurdle for the industry to improve. And so I think that that's what we should be focusing on. That's a clear call to action also to governments to help us create that predictability, that stability, that accountability for the sector. And as you said, investors are looking for that. A lot of individual companies and travel managers also have to comply with these new requirements. So hopefully some of the reluctance to share commercial sensitive data are also going to disappear because of this new regulatory push. I think that there's an alignment of the stars and real momentum to do this, so I'm quite optimistic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A very comprehensive overview. You're absolutely right. Regulation is definitely driving change in the capital markets, and therefore institutional capital, institutional investors are driving organizations like my own to develop those standards and metrics specifically for hotels, hotel assets and operational performance in order that those investors can actually report back into SFDR, into EU taxonomy and other regulatory vehicles which are aggressively coming in through the pipeline. So we feel the pressure from the EU. And certainly when we look at companies like Microsoft, for example, Microsoft have introduced a levy on their corporate executives. So if you are working for Microsoft and you want to take a business trip, you have to pay a levy to the company in order to be able to take that trip, over and above everything else, a carbon-based levy, dependent on your CO2 emissions. So Microsoft is saying to their corporate customers, to their corporate clients, their executives, what's the CO2 footprint of your trip going to be? And therefore, this is the tax you have to pay if you really want to go there. Otherwise, of course, use Teams. So American Express, you have corporate clients like Microsoft, for example. This, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is Nicole Sauter from American Express Global Business Travel. And you are having to answer these questions from these global corporate clients that you have. So tell us, what types of questions are they asking you? Are they asking you to measure the carbon footprint of their trips or the broader environmental impact of the business trip that they want to take? How are you responding to that? Are you measuring, and how?
Thank you, and yes, absolutely, and thanks for having me. Yeah, AmexGBT, we work with clients globally, including SMEs and multinationals, like you said, to help them manage the sustainability of their business travel programs. We believe that travel is a force for good in the world, and it is not travel that we need to solve for, but it is the carbon emissions associated that we want to challenge, that we want to tackle. And as was just eloquently explained from both sides, yes, corporations are increasingly taking on a best practice approach, moving faster than governmental requirements on reporting, and they voluntarily set emission reduction targets, they report into science-based targets, CDP, and so forth. And what we hear loud and clear from them is, well, we have set targets, now we need to understand, to set a target, you need to first of all measure, right? You need to know what is your baseline, and then you need to understand how are we performing against those targets. And business travel, for example, for a typical professional services firm, can make up to 20% of their Scope 3 emissions. That's the second biggest category after purchased goods and services. So we must get this right for our clients. And so we've developed a suite of solutions that we call our green marketplace for business travel to help them reduce emissions associated while still continuing to do business travel. That includes things like sustainable aviation fuel, offsets, point of sale solutions. But point is, at the very core of this green marketplace is tracking and reporting carbon emissions, because we can't manage what we don't measure. And so today we do give our clients the opportunity and help them to calculate carbon emissions from business travel. A challenge is, however, that yes, we want standardization, but we also want accuracy. And what we hear from clients today is that as the sort of leading governmental methodologies that are out there often rely on proxies and average emission factors. For example, for aircraft type may not be included. And what clients want is they want to see on their balance sheet when they look at their carbon accounting that every single thing they do to improve the sustainability of their travel programs has a real effect on the bottom line. And to believe the solution is, for example, GBT, we've partnered with IATA, International Air Transport Association. They've just released a new methodology that is based on real airline operational data. But again, ideally, we have governments also, and we work together to get to a point where we achieve both accuracy and standardization.
And some of the statistics that Charles mentioned related to air travel in particular only relate to Scope 1. So it's, the numbers could be much, much worse. If we take into consideration scopes 2 and 3. But before we dive in, rather than dive into that, I just wanted to come back to you on business travel. So if your corporate clients are asking you all these questions and they are, just reframing your words, they are keeping balance sheets on their carbon performance, is that having an impact on the volume of business travel that you are seeing? Tell us what's happening in the business travel world. Is it growing?
Well, obviously we've had a pandemic which was, heavily, strongly impacted business travel, as we know, we heard this morning. And, business travel pandemic has also brought a degree of flexibility, right? A flexibility around working from home, virtual working, which we absolutely welcome. However, we've also heard and we hear from clients loud and clear they're dying to go back on the road, to shake hands and to do business. So in that sense, we don't see necessarily that there's not going to be a strong recovery that we're expecting for business travel. What we do see, though, is that during the recovery, businesses have actually used that time to focus on sustainability and their balance sheets. And they've come out asking us to help them be more sustainable in their travel. And so really it has had an effect on how we travel. And our clients have become more educated in that regard. And they're challenging us, for example, with saying, your carbon calculation from UK government DEFRA, for example, is great that we're using now, but we want something more accurate, help us. And so we're being challenged more, that is what we find.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're talking about significant structural change in global business travel. Now, Agnes Declamer from ATR Cube, you'll have to tell the story about what Cube means. I like that story. And also co-founder and CEO of Feelingo. You represent an association among all these three titles that you have of tour operators here in France. And on their behalf, you are doing a slightly similar role to that which Nicole is doing for their corporate clients. You are helping them to measure their impact on sustainability and efficiency related to business travel. Tell us a little bit more about what you are doing, and how you are doing it.
Thanks a lot for inviting me first. Maybe some of you know the association ATR in French, Agir pour un tourisme responsable, Act for Responsible Tourism. The purpose of the association is to gather mainly tour operators today, but tomorrow we want to expand and enlarge the type of partner members we will gather, so not only tour operators, but also destination management company, accommodation groups, chains, and actually all the players of the industry. The purpose of ATR is to help the professional first to measure their impact. That's the purpose of the discussion today, but not only to measure, then to act, reducing their impact and compensating their impact. I would like to talk about this hot topic of compensation, which is, from my point of view and from the point of view of ATR, it's a short-term solution, but clearly not a long-term solution. Reduction is the solution. And what we offer to our member, it's a tool that was designed by Voyageurs du Monde. Voyageurs du Monde is a French tour operator, that is deeply or involved in sustainable tourism since a while. And the tool was developed based on the carbon database of the French Agency for Ecological Transition, l'ADEME in French. Again, I'm sorry if the translation is not right, but I guess you know what it is. So from this carbon database, we developed a tool aiming to calculate the emission from transportation, but also accommodations. Still, there is a lack of information on what we call the land activity, so what we're going to do on spot. And here we are directly working with the professional to see how we can help them to evaluate the impact of the land activity. But all the members of ATR have access to this tool, can calculate their own impact and also the impact of the travel they are designing, in order not only to measure, but of course then to compensate at first, short-term solution, and then work on reducing the impact of their travel. And today I'm happy to also tell you that we are working together with AWFT to measure your own impact and the impact of this event. So you will receive, or you maybe already receive, an email asking you, okay, how did you come here? Where are you staying? What did you do on spot maybe? And we will work closely with the forum to calculate our global emission and the emission of this event and see in 2023 how we can reduce the emission of this event and of course propose alternative for the forum to come.
That's excellent. Thank you very much, Agnes. Now, I must say that France seems to be a leader in many respects, particularly the regulators in France with all the schemes that you mentioned, work that they're doing on driving their businesses to measure and calculate and report on their CO2 emissions in hotels, for example, per square meter, per kilowatt hour. And also, of course, we know that France was one of the first countries in the world to decide to let's say, put people off flying internally where there are alternative rail routes available. So real leadership there, and it's great to see that you are one of the leading lights within the country as well. Thank you. Now we turn to Helen Usher, who is the co-founder and chief executive of Ani Mondial. Now, Helen, you're an advocate of nature-positive approaches to measuring business travel, and within that to actually integrate the broader environmental impacts, particularly biodiversity. So why is this so important at the moment? Why is it important now over and above CO2, particularly given the pressures on reporting on CO2 and emissions levels? Why now should we be thinking about biodiversity impacts? And how would we go about measuring them in a business travel trip? For example, how should Agnes include biodiversity impacts in reporting on this conference and our impact?
Thank you very much. Well, gosh, that's quite a lot to answer. I'll try and remember all the points. But
I'll remind you, don't worry.
Absolutely.
We'll take them one by one.
So I think the first thing to just reinstate, as you mentioned, that biodiversity loss is actually a huge driver of climate change. And, you know, I think most of us would be aware of that, but just haven't really considered that piece. In the travel and tourism industry, or in many other industries, actually, we've not connected the dots between the two. So it's really vitally important that, in fact, it's critical that we put biodiversity protection on the same level as reducing carbon emissions. They really should be tackled together. The challenge is that obviously we don't have that one sort of cohesive, you know, way of looking at that or reporting on it or measurement tool, but hopefully we will get there. The reason why it's so important right now, we know that we've got less than 8 years effectively to hit our 2030 goals and for net zero. And as I just mentioned, we won't achieve those just from reducing emissions. So we really need to focus on this area. We've got COP15 occurring in December. So this is the conference of parties that focuses on biodiversity. So it's where global governments and business leaders will come together and discuss what they will be doing, what actions they'll be taking, we hope, we pray, in order to put this, you know, area on the agenda. So it's really the first time that businesses have actually been given access to such forums as well. We've got NGOs going, so it's fantastic to see again that everyone's coming together to have a piece to say. And with that, we're working on an important topic, well, we're working on an important project with the World Travel and Tourism Council, which is the nature positive approach. And that will be actually taken to COP15, which is very exciting. It's been taken into proceedings where we'll actually be asking for leaders to support the travel and tourism sector in delivering upon this. And I think bringing this back to business travel is really, really key because, as you mentioned earlier on, we really do have that opportunity to be working with companies, you know, across all sectors. So this is an important touch point that we have with that. So therefore, global business travel can really make a huge impact, you know, not just travel and tourism alone. This is actually reaching other sectors as well. And again, you know, reflecting the point you made earlier, if this is going to be a key part of sustainability agendas now going forward, so, you know, again, looking at ESG, environment, you know, this will form a key part of this, and it already is, and it is for many other industries. So if we're going to be looking at business travel solutions, we need to make sure that we are aligning with the commitments of all companies of all shapes and sizes and supporting them in their commitment to protect animals and nature as well as reducing carbon.
But how do we measure our impact on biodiversity? This is, I mean, this panel is specifically asking, how do we measure our impact on sustainability and efficiency? So how does that relate to biodiversity?
It's a tricky one, but actually if you focus it back to the drivers of biodiversity loss, and I think that's where we need to sort of make sure that all of the various ones of us out there that are looking at this measurement come together and agree on how we're going to do this again, so it's consistent, so everyone knows where to go and we're all singing from the same hymn sheet. But effectively it's looking at those touch points with nature and those drivers of biodiversity loss. We've got, you know, in fact, climate change is one of them, of course, as I've mentioned, pollution, individual animals, invasive species, and then changing use of sea and land, which is huge. So going back to what we were mentioning earlier on, and obviously your area is a focus, and with this conference, it would be looking at, okay, so around this hotel, for example, how are we impacting on nature? You'd be surprised at the little elements that we're not aware of, you know, and again, it's thinking of, as you mentioned, along those touch points of the journey to come here, if we've come by rail or air, what are we doing, you know, how is that actually affecting biodiversity? Because all of those will be adding to the challenge. So it's just adding those forms of measurement along, but it's currently there isn't really an interconnected piece to make sure the two are combined.
Yes, well, from a built environment point of view, companies like Briam Lee do actually integrate biodiversity into the broader environmental, social and governance measures. But you're absolutely right. The whole point of biodiversity loss is frightening, actually, when you look at the numbers. WWF report recently saying that we've already lost 69% of biodiversity on the planet, which is frightening if you consider that our global population is growing, and all the signs show that the majority of that loss is related to anthropogenic, i.e. human activity. And also similar numbers for insects, for example, which are so key to pollination, i.e. food security for us and life on Earth. and significant losses there, also higher than 50%. So very alarming numbers are being reported. So we wish COP15 meetings in December well and see what will come out of that. Now let's turn to solutions, because if we stick with these challenges, we could all get very depressed, and we want to be very optimistic and energized going forward to tackle these issues. Nicole, I'd like to start with you, if I may. Now I know that American Express are a very big supporter and promoter for sustainable aviation fuels. How important are sustainable aviation fuels to the solutions? And how far are we from cost-effective and environmentally sound business travel? Because ultimately, there are many destinations from which we couldn't get here unless we fly.
Yeah, absolutely. And to answer, first of all, from a global level, aviation today accounts for about 3% of carbon emissions. And that doesn't sound like much, but the aviation sector is also generally considered a hard-to-abate sector, meaning compared to other sectors, it is considered very difficult or more difficult to decarbonize it. For example, because of the long lifespan of airplanes and because it's just generally more expensive. If you bring it home to Amex GBT and our clients, we know that over 90% of emissions from their overall travel programs comes from air. So for Amex GBT, it's one of our key areas of focus to help accelerate the decarbonization of the aviation sector through SAF. And if you look at SAF, it is widely considered the most viable solution today to help us achieve emission reductions in aviation. Why? Because it is already today available and scalable. It is what we call a drop-in solution. It can be blended with fossil-based jet fuel. So we will have all heard of, electric and hydropropulsion, such important technologies. But for those to work at scale, we need to change the entire infrastructure on aircraft and at airports. And with SAF, we don't have to do that. And to your question, how far are we? Well, this all sounds great, then what's the problem, right? The problem is that SAF has been around for years. The technology is not science fiction, it's there. But still today, less than 0.01% of flights actually operate on SAF. And that is because we have still a great price premium for SAF that is due compared to fossil-based jet fuel. And that has caused what we call a deadlock between supply and demand, where because of the relatively high price, we don't have enough demand for SAF. Because we don't have enough demand, the producers of SAF don't produce more. We need more production to bring the price down. And we believe that the business travel sector specifically has a really important role to play in helping to unlock this deadlock, because it is a highly concentrated sector. And as we've heard now, corporations are actively looking for decarbonization solutions, which is why we have a partnership with Shell Aviation at the moment, where we combine the corporate demand for SAF with the purchasing power on the airline side that Shell Aviation supply with fuel. The idea is that airlines and corporations co-invest in SAF, thereby they spread the green premium, the price premium, but both parties, airlines and corporations, benefit from the environmental reductions. And to your point about where are we at, we are still at an infancy, but we're hoping that business models like ours will help to scale it.
So this might be an unfair question to ask you, but I can't resist. How much is it going to cost to transition to sustainable aviation fuels for the global aviation industry? What's the cost?
I wish I had a number in my pocket here written down. I don't have a number, but the point is it will cost. It will cost. And the point is we need investment. We know that we are halfway, right halfway between when the Paris Agreement was signed and 2030, which is when governments have decided or agreed that we will have halved emissions. And IPCC tells us we're not on track. So yes, it will cost, but the point is, let's work with the sectors that are willing to pay for this, and that is the business travel sector, because it's in their interest. They have their own targets to report against, and as well as the airlines. So it will cost. Let's bring together the players that are willing to pay for it.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to you on this, but I want to turn to Charles. So Charles, there is a figure that I hear floating around, which is that transitioning the world to renewable energy is going to cost an additional $8 trillion US. And of course, governments like the EU are looking to the private sector to make that investment and that transition. So tell us, when it comes to sustainable aviation fuels, what is the EU's view on that? Is that also one that the private sector needs to pick up the ticket? or is there any appetite that you're seeing in the EU or among the member states individually to actually support the major investment that's going to be needed to make this possible, to make it a reality?
Yes, definitely. This is very high on the agenda in Brussels. So I think that there's a real awareness amongst decision makers on the need to speed things up to promote the uptake of SAFs. So Nicole shared a couple of facts and figures, but right now the aviation sector represents slightly more than 14% of CO2 emissions in the EU, but SAFs are not sufficiently developed. We only have around 100,000 tons of SAF that are currently produced, and 0.05% of flights are actually using this technology right now. So we really have to do better. And I think that the European Commission is aware of that. And so it's trying to act on two fronts. First, support supply, and then support demand. So one of the key initiatives that it's put forward as part of the European Green Deal, the climate law and the Fit for 55 package, is a new SAF mandate for aviation companies and airports. It's called Refuel EU Aviation, and it basically sets new targets for the industry, starting at 2% of SAF in 2025 and ramping it up to 63% of SAF, at least 63% by 2050. And the way they're doing that is basically obligating aviation companies to use this technology, obligating airports to develop the infrastructure for bunkering, but also by considering a book and claim system, for example, to add more flexibility to the mix. And so this is a key initiative, really, for the sector, because that's how we're going to manage the uptake of these fuels. On the other hand, the EU is also revising its carbon market, which already covers aviation, and through measures like, for example, giving out 20 million free allowances to support SAFs, is also trying to drive that change at the scale and at the speed that's needed. So a lot is going on right now in Brussels. Both these files are in the final stages of the negotiations. We call them the trialogues. So we're hoping that maybe by the end of the year they'll be finalized. And as you were saying, some countries are obviously front runners also in that field. Big companies like Neste, for example, I know are very active on that front. So to answer your question, yes, this is a priority, and EU decision makers are putting a lot of time and effort to make it work.
But they're expecting the customer to pick up the ticket, so to speak,
so
financially.
Yes, that's the other part of your question, and it's a fair point. I think that indeed this might lead to an increase in cost. We have to acknowledge that. But the European Commission also knows that it needs the private sector. So these frameworks are being developed also jointly with the industry to make sure that they're fit for purpose. And one thing that's also happening right now in Brussels is the launch of all these public-private partnerships to make sure that the industry can also provide feedback, best practice, and that we make sure that there's no discrepancy between the regulation and the reality. So the European Commission, for example, launched a new alliance on sustainable and alternative fuels, which is closely related to the two pieces of legislation that I mentioned. Another one on green hydrogen. These are just a couple of examples of how the private sector is being associated to all this.
So the sourcing and scaling of the feedstocks for sustainable aviation fuels, both biofuels and green hydrogen, and doing so in a commercially viable way, are still very problematic. In fact, there are still issues around methane release, for example, and methane is more potent than CO2 when it comes to global warming. So how are we going to overcome these real problems to make sustainable aviation fuel a reality in terms of scaling it up and providing that source feed? And I mean, what is the latest innovation? Give us some optimism here, Nicole.
Yes, happy to.
Yes.
Optimism, yes, please.
Optimism,
we need
please.
optimism.
Tell us, what are the latest innovations in this area? Is it
Yes.
looking real? Because all we're reading about is these significant questions around, but hang on a second, how much land use can we take away from agriculture when we already have food security issues on the planet to be able to grow the crops for this area? Are we going to see more deforestation, more palm forests destroyed? Are we going to see, and there's all sorts of problems related to green hydrogen, which we're seeing, which is why at the moment green hydrogen itself requires huge investment to make that a reality. So tell us, what's happening? What's the latest innovation in this area? Who's leading the way?
Happy to. Firstly, I would reiterate my point from earlier that unless we invest in SAF today, if it's the private sector, if it's the public sector, producers of SAF right now, and there's only maybe 3 or 5 in the world today, producers of SAF won't produce more. And if they don't produce more, they won't get better at it. We need to produce more and more SAF, and that SAF will get better and better. And so will the sustainability credentials associated with it. Our pilot program, or our SAF program we currently have, we have 1 million gallons of SAF right now available, and that is SAF based on waste cooking oils. There's so SAF that is not based on agricultural waste, but there's various different feedstocks, of course, that is being used right now to produce SAF. And on the waste cooking oils, there's only so much McDonald's fries we can eat to create enough waste cooking oils to.
So you're promoting that we eat more McDonald's
No,
fries?
please don't. Let's all be healthy. But the point is that as we get better and better, and as we invest, as we have seen it with renewable energy, we continue to invest, and SAF is in an infancy, which means we're going to get better at it. We invest, we learn by doing, we'll become more efficient, and there will be more and more generations being unlocked of SAF. And eventually, hopefully, we will get to a point where we only use synthetic fuels, meaning SAF that is not based on any biomass. In the meantime, however, we need governments, we need regulation, and we need organizations to step up and certify the SAF that we're using. And that is happening today. There are organizations like Roundtable Sustainable Biofuels, for example, that will certify SAF. But government certainly has a role to play. And on innovation, just one last point, we already heard book and claim from Charles, such an important mechanism, because SAF right now only really physically exists in California and selected countries in Europe. So for our program, we're using a book and claim approach, which is quite common in the industry, which means we're decoupling the physical SAF from its environmental attributes. And that means everyone in the world, even if SAF is not at your local airport, can invest in SAF today and still benefit from the environmental reductions.
Absolutely, but that seems that's going to take time.
The scaling, do you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. That is literally the point.
Give me an idea.
Of time. It totally depends on how much we invest, which is why I'm here, which is why, we're shouting about it from the rooftop. We need to invest in it.
Okay, well, so we're talking about a big prize, which requires big investment. Let's talk about some quick wins, because realistically, we need to be making some significant changes if we're to achieve the IPCC targets and global government targets of reducing our emissions by 50% by 2030. So I'm going to turn to Agnes and Helen. What are the quick wins? What can we do now? Agnes, what are you telling your tour operators? Tell us what they're doing. What solutions are they working on?
Just to come back on what was said before, I'm not a SAF expert, so I would not dare to go into detail, but I was asking myself the question, how long it will take, because it seems that we don't have time to wait for it. Probably it's part of the solution. As I say, I'm not the expert, so for sure, it may be part of the solution. But we need to move faster. And I'm worried that we don't have time to wait that SAF became worldwide, a massive solution used by every airlines. And I'm also not a EU expert, but I'm also wondering why SAF is on top of the discussion and we are not discussing about how to develop trains. In Europe, luckily, we are one of the continent which is pretty well equipped in terms of train and infrastructures. We are pretty small, and why the investment are not focused on developing train infrastructure instead of SAF. Nothing against you, Charles, and I don't know if you have the answer to that question, and maybe they are working on it. But yeah, that's for me my questioning. I'm
Okay,
really,
well, let's let Charles answer that question before we come back to you, Agnes, on the quick wins.
So this is also a priority. The question was on SAF, but obviously the European Union is taking a comprehensive approach to all this, and that's the purpose of the European Green Deal. So indeed, rail can be more of a quick win, and actually the European Commission has set this very ambitious target of reducing 90% of GHG emissions in the European transport sector at large, and that obviously implies modal shift towards rail. So this has been happening in different ways. One of the headline targets for 2030 is to actually double the amount of rail traffic throughout the EU, and to do so, the European Union is, for example, working on the development of multimodality digital services to make travel more seamless, to develop digital tools to encourage business travelers to use these modes of transport. There's a real issue regarding infrastructure, obviously, because some countries have really good infrastructure. France, for example, uses a lot of rail, but the idea is to harmonize all this and to make sure that infrastructure is interoperable between the different member states. And so Europe is also actively working on the revision of what we call the Trans-European Transport Network to make sure that we actually reach these targets. So rail is very important, in particular in the business travel sector, and the European institutions are also actively working on it. Actually, last year was the European Year for Rail.
Okay, so Agnes, coming back to you then, tell us about the quick wins that you are working on with your members, for example.
At ATR, we are promoting a different way to travel, or trying to promote a different way to travel and to develop, not only promote, but develop a different way to travel. A quick win is to educate our traveler. It can seem strange to say that, and maybe it's not a quick win in your mind, but we have to realize that we need to deeply change our way of traveling and our way of building trips. That's my job, my daily job, and I'm daily talking to people building trips. We can't go anymore to Vietnam. My partner developed a company in Vietnam, so if you listen to me, he will probably laugh. We can't go and spend 7 days in Vietnam anymore, coming from France. That doesn't make any sense. We need to stay longer. And as a professional, we need to propose longer trip. And that's a challenge because we are not used to do it. The average length of stay in Vietnam, for instance, it's 12 days. So from my point of view and the point of view of the association, it's one of the things we can work on, make the trip longer. If I take a concrete example of Nomade Aventure, for example, they develop and they propose for all their trip in Europe a train alternative to plane. So both still exist, and not all the travelers are choosing to take the train to travel in Europe, but still they completely changed their production model to include a train alternative in their trip. That's demanding. That's not something easy to do. That's sometimes more costly. We also have to be honest. Train is costly. But still, it's also a way to pretty drastically reduce the emission from a trip. Then what we do on spot, and I'm very happy to be next to you, Helen, to also talk about all the other impact of a trip. Here we are focusing our discussion on carbon. That's great. Indeed. Why? Because we are able to measure carbon. Congratulations. But there is so much more impact. Waste, water. I'm not drinking oil. I'm drinking water. And here I'm pretty surprised that water is not really part of the discussion when we know that probably we will miss water before to miss oil. So waste, water, biodiversity, energy, not only related to transport, but energy in general. Here, the marvelous spotlight that we have on this stage. So there is also much more to consider, and all those impacts has to be taken into consideration while building a trip, and that's also what we try to do. And I'm saying trying because it's not easy, and we are exploring solutions. We are trying to be innovative with our member. We are sharing also way of doing. Sometimes we fail, and sometimes we succeed, but we also need to take into consideration the global impact of a trip and also the positive impact. Let's be positive as you proposed. Travel is an amazing tool to open minds, to discover culture, to discover otherness, to make us richer. So it's not only carbon impact, carbon emission, damage on the biodiversity. So that's why we are still developing trips, and we think that the future of travel is beautiful, and we need to change faster, but still deeply believing that travel can make the world a better place and can help the entire world to move faster, creating all those synergies and all those exchanges between the
Absolutely. I mean, we'd need at least another 45 minutes to be able to cover all the other aspects, which is why we try to focus, and do a bit of a deep dive. But let's talk about biodiversity to end with, to sort of give us that broader perspective. Helen, some quick win solutions that this audience can take away.
I think this has got to be a multi-pronged approach and done quite quickly. As you said, we haven't got time to waste now. So what we are working on and what we're recommending is to actually look at it from all levels. So we've got to change legislation. So there is a call to action from Business for Nature that's covering all sectors again, that Travel and Tourism is also supporting, which is making it mandatory for businesses, governments to protect biodiversity. So once we've got that in place, that's obviously going to help quite substantially, and that needs to happen very quickly, hopefully at COP15 in December. But I absolutely agree at the same time, on the sort of individual level, as travel businesses, we have a big opportunity just in ourselves to make some change in terms of actually educating and inspiring people. Travel has the power to send people to new destinations, to experience, new habitats, new communities, and respect them. And I think that one of the greatest ways to change mindsets is actually the power of immersion. And we actually can do that. We can take people to these places. So that's a key part as well. And then just on an individual travel level, and we're talking to Amex GBT about this at the moment as well, it's really working collaboratively, to use that word again, but for quick wins. So actually going through some of these bigger associations or companies such as yourselves that actually have a number of clients, and then working on leadership. So if you become the leaders in this area, biodiversity protection, you can spread that message down to them as well. And just the one other thing is that you can perhaps take away with this is, if you'd like, to sign on to a vision by the World Travel and Tourism Council, which is going to COP15 in December. So I know we've got our friends from WTTC in the audience. Actually, that is something you can do on their website that will support this call to action. And we've also got the animal footprint evaluation tool, which will be launched at the start of next year, which will help individual travel businesses to actually assess and define their impacts on nature and then take positive steps forward.
Thank you for that takeaway. We're at the end. So Charles, one takeaway. Make eye contact with someone in the audience. What can they do as the next step? And what are you going to do as your next step, starting tomorrow?
That's a tough question. I think that the main priority or call to action for me, and I know that this word has been used a lot, is obviously collaboration, but on very specific pieces of legislation, in particular at the European level. Just going back to what I mentioned earlier, the Counter Emissions EU initiative is fundamental for the sector. And what we expect from this new harmonized framework throughout Europe is that it's able to provide reliable, comparable, transparent data, that it's actually fit for purpose, that it covers pre and post travel, and that it's able to be replicated at the international level, because we need a level playing field. So focusing our efforts on pieces of legislation like this one and working together to make it work and make sure that it's what we really need, I think is the most important thing. And looking at the audience, I don't want to, promote what GBTA is doing too much, but obviously we're working very closely with them, and they're organizing a sustainability summit in Brussels on the 8th of November, and it's going to be a great opportunity to continue these discussions with high-level experts and decision makers. And so I would invite everyone to continue this conversation in Brussels on the 8th.
Thank you. Agnes, your homework for the audience, please. And what homework are you going to take home with yourself?
I'm thinking.
Okay, well, we'll come to Nicole then, because we're out of time. Nicole looks ready, and then I'll come back to you. So takeaway for the audience and takeaway for you, Nicole.
Number one takeaway, you do not have to be a self-expert to do something today. Absolutely, that's a really important point. Let incrementalism not get in the way of action today. Discussions about the perfect measurements, the perfect offsets, the perfect feedstocks. Let's focus on what we can achieve today, not on what we can't. I think there's a tendency for us to focus on the challenge ahead rather than the simple steps we can take today. Our homework as Amex GBT, we committed to net zero by 2050. That is way too far away a goal. So we're taking actions today, such as offsetting through high integrity, high quality offsets, travel policy tweaks, renewable energy procurement, many, many things. But number one is measuring and setting targets.
And it seems very clear to me as to what you're going to be doing tomorrow and every day thereafter. Agnes?
I would say ask yourself question. Nothing is black and white, and yeah, all the sustainability topics are pretty complicated to understand. So travel with awareness, with conscious, can I say that in English?
Of course.
Collaborate, so talk to each other, collaborate with travel professionals, with your travelers, or with your business partners, and innovate. Don't be afraid to make our job different, our industry different. It will be different, and it's a great thing. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Collaborate and innovate.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Thank my panel very, very much. And thank you all for being with us. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank Ufi and her panel. And my takeaway from that panel is something that Agnes said, which is don't forget about the water. Don't forget about the water, as they're replacing the water right here on the stage. We've talked about so many different forms of travel at this conference, but there's one we haven't talked about before, but we're going to talk about now. It's a case study on mobile holidays, camping. What is the sustainability impact of that? And to do that for us, please welcome to the stage Jacques Masson, the CMO of Sea Blue. Jacques, come on up. So let's get down, first of all, to a definition of camping, because my definition of camping is a bad version of the National Lampoon vacation movies. Then there's camping, there's glamping. Basically, it's the impact that you have, if we're talking sustainability, of when you go outdoors to a place that, doesn't have the built-in infrastructure. You're bringing the infrastructure. The question is, what is the impact that you're having? What is the impact? What are you leaving? How has that definition changed, and what are you guys doing about it?
Thanks, Peter. First, camping is a safe place for family where you can experience freedom. Freedom to be inside your mobile home, outside, at the swimming pool, wherever, in a safety place. And that's what the people want to live as an experience when they come to camping. They want to live freedom in a safety place. So that's key things about the camping industry.
But that really hasn't changed.
That hasn't changed, but initially it was with tents and potatoes just for the lightnings, and you remember that. Now it's not about that. We have mobile homes. And in the case of Sea Blue, it's at the heart of our business because, in fact, we sell mobile homes to our customers, and we have more than 12,000 owners of mobile homes in our 33 campsites in France and the Netherlands. And our business...
Let me just stop you for a second, because I remember the original mobile homes. They might have had a tank of propane gas, and they might have had a little bit of electricity. It was really basic stuff. Today, mobile homes are solar. Mobile homes are hybrid. Mobile homes are renewable. I mean, you've really adapted quickly.
We have to adapt. We still have to adapt because, for example, our owners of mobile home still have gas mobile home, for example. It will be a huge challenge for us to switch from gas mobile home to electricity mobile home. And that will be part of the plan that we have built. The way we have taken the subject of ESG for Sea Blue was very pragmatic one, and saying, okay, let's go step by step, as it was said in the previous panel. I mean, the best way to achieve this kind of plan is to go step by step, to be very pragmatic, and say, okay, where are our subjects? And so the first way to do it's a real audit of your carbon footprint. We did that with the French Agency for the Ecological Transition, ADEME, and we have published our audit, so it's totally public now, and we have said, okay, now, because it's part of the value of Sea Blue, it's about transparency, say, okay, this is our situation. We know that we have to move gas mobile home to electricity mobile home. We know that we have to help our customer to think in the different way, the way to come to our mobile home and to our campsite, because the highest level of carbon is from the travel from their house to our campsite. So we have to help them to choose a more electrical mobility way of coming. So we have to provide them with the possibility to do it.
And what about the sites themselves? That needs to adapt.
Yeah, exactly. It's also the other point is, in our action plan, we want to switch, and it's the first thing, we want to switch from gas to electricity. So it's a huge investment for us. But we want to go a bit further, saying that, as you said, mobile home can be solar now. And if you think in a different way, the fact that your mobile home is not anymore only an accommodation, but it's also a source of production of energy, then you think totally differently the campsite. You have, in fact, in our campsite, in average, 450 mobile home in our campsite. You can imagine you have 450 accommodation, which are also production energy supplier for all the rest of the campsite. So it can help us to produce energy for the swimming pool, for the lightnings, for everything in the campsite, and to be more autonomous on that. We cannot be totally autonomous, but we can provide the energy needed to maintain and to make it alive, and then to have a bigger footprint for the global system.
It's been said, and I'm probably a good example of that, we don't really change our lifestyle when we change our location. People think they do, they don't. I remember a story a couple of years ago when a major resort hotel said, you know what, we're taking the TVs out of the rooms because our focus groups tell us they're on vacation. We're taking the phones out of the rooms because they don't want to be disturbed. And I said, you don't understand your audience. Your audience is already disturbed. They want to find out what happened on TV. They want the phone. Even if they don't use it, they want to know they have the option to use it. So then that gets into what's in the mobile home, right? How many microwave ovens do you need? How many color TVs do you need? Are there going to be gaming in there? I mean, it's not just about the energy, it's about the consumption too.
Yeah, and having an ESG project is also a good opportunity to ask the question to your customers and your employee, and to really
Assuming they're going to give you an honest answer.
Yeah, we try to. I mean, that's part of the transparency and the value that you have in your company and your brand with your customers. And we have asked them, okay, and we have made a test. And during 1 year, we had a mobile home only plug on our solar system, and we just put a family from March to mid-October, a family inside that mobile home, and we said, okay, you have to live inside that mobile home as normal, and we will measure if it's the energy coming from the solar is enough for you really living for 4 people with a washing machine, with a well-equipped, a high-level equipment of a mobile home.
And is that family still together?
Yeah, it was totally okay. And to be more, one of the big learning we had from that is the level of production, the energy we did during this experience was much more higher than the needs of the family. So it was
so you could adjust.
Yeah. And then it's also for us, one of the key learning is that then we can reuse this energy. We can use it for the car when they want with a car. We know that by 2030 it will be, I think it will be in France, 15% of electrical car. It's not so much, but it's quite big. And so if we want to help our customers to come in our campsite with a less carbon footprint, then we are able to provide them energy with their accommodation.
What about size itself? How have you figured out the square meters of what will work within a defined sustainable model?
I mean, first there is the size of the mobile home. We obviously, people want to have a large mobile home, more global mobile home. It's about what has been said in the previous panel. It's also about reduction. You will not reduce the quality of lifestyle, but you will reduce what you can have in the mobile home by providing energy for the real use and not promise too much. Initially, in our contract, we give people a big part of energy, a global forfeit of big energy. They were happy of that. But when we look at the real figures, in fact, nobody really use all this volume of energy. So by doing the analysis, by very, very practical on the figures, we said, okay, don't promise too much. Be just realistic, go to the real figures, and if you need a bigger consumption, then you can push it. And the other point is also about isolation.
One question on the energy use. Have you gone into sort of like a negative incentive, meaning you can't exceed this, and if you do, it will cost you 3 times as much?
No, that's also a trick from our business model. It's because our mobile owner pay a rent for the pitches, and the deal we propose them is if you produce energy with solar panel, then we are able to reduce the price of the rent of the pitch.
So there's the incentive.
Because you will help everybody to produce good energy for the whole campsite.
And you can measure that.
Yeah, definitely.
No, but you haven't changed the actual physical size of the mobile home?
No. No, the only thing that we want to change in the mobile home is the quality of the isolation. We work very hard with our mobile home providers, I mean BioHabitat, for example, or Rapidum, and they're very concerned about the subject. They also have started to create a whole company to recycle mobile home, so which was EcoImage, they call it, and we are part of them. We are part of this project. So in the industry, in the campsite industry, there is a huge commitment on the subject from the French Federation of the campsite who have project on biodiversity, who want to help also the people to understand that ecotourism is not sustainability. Ecotourism is a part of doing tourism.
It's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle. But sustainability is for everybody. Is for every single campsite, independent campsite. We have to support them to change and to twist a bit their model to be able to be more sustainable and to limit their carbon footprint.
You mentioned recycling. We see what happens with electronics in landfills. We see about chemicals with batteries and toxic materials. When you talk about recycling mobile homes, what are you doing? Crushing them? What are you doing?
No, in fact, it's also part of directly for eco-design. I mean, you have to think about recycling from the design in itself of the product, the way you use the material, the type of material you're using, and the way you mixing it in the mobile. You have to think in the design from the beginning, the way you will
take it apart. Take it apart, right?
And so it's part of a global chain, and that is what our partners as Beta is doing, for example.
Well, then it gets down to the materials to begin with. When I think of a mobile home in the traditional sense, I think of a lot of plastic. I think of a lot of composite materials.
PVC, plastic.
Yeah,
there
PVC.
are PVC in mobile home, and that's one of the biggest subjects in the mobile home. We work with them quite hardly to switch this PVC into wood or into reusable PVC, and they make some effort on that. But as you can imagine, it's a whole industry that we are moving, because that means that from
every supplier.
So it's quite a big move that we have to do all together, and I'm quite happy that either the mobile home provider, either the French Federation of this industry, either all the big chain as we are moving all together on that path, and that is great. And for me, that's the key point, is not to say, okay, I want a big target in 2050 and totally offset our carbon footprint. Because we've done all these figures, this analysis, we are able to say now, we are able to commit ourselves to, and to say to everybody, okay, we will decrease by 30% the level of carbon footprint that we have at Cblue by 2030. And that is key. It's only because we have worked on real figures with all our partners, with all our ecosystem, we understood where we can improve ourselves. And then, because of that, very pragmatic way of working, step-by-step thinking, we said now we are able to say, okay, we will engage the company to decrease by 30% the carbon footprint by 2030. And that is very key for us, because we are owned by a private equity fund. And it's key.
But you had to convince them it was financially viable.
Yeah, exactly. And it was the case this Wednesday. It was the last Wednesday, just before coming. And we have presented our plan, ESG plan, global ESG plan. And as you can imagine, for a private equity fund, just saying, okay, ESG will cost a lot of money and no profitability, it's not possible. So we have to think about, and you have to think in your business model to say, it can be value creation to do that. It's just about thinking in another way around. You have to discuss with your customers to understand what they need, what are the needs exactly in this new world. You have to discuss with your provider about how they can change the way they build the mobile home. And then you adapt your business model to create value. ESG is not about cost, it's about creating value. And value much more, not only money value, but value also for the planet and sustainability.
Although for investors and the accountants in the room, they look on cost, they don't look on value.
It depends. I mean, when you discuss with a private equity fund, I mean, the most important thing is the value of the company when they resell it. So, and what happened now in the finance industry is that all these private equity funds now have to select if they use what we call Article 8 or 9. It's the way they are investing in the green company or not. And because of that, the multiple of value will be higher or not. The bankers, they are building now their teams to score the companies to give loan, and the level of the loan will be depending on the score of your ESG score as a credit score. So all insurance companies are moving also in that way. So the level of the amount you have to pay to your insurance company will be depending on your ESG score. So this industry is moving, the whole financial industry is moving. Also, you have to adapt as a leader in your company, in your travel or tourism company. if you want to still have money to develop your company, you also have to change. But I don't want to feel it as an obligation. For me, I see it as an opportunity to twist a bit the model, to rethink, to discuss with your customers, with the suppliers, and to redefine your model.
So when you made your presentation to the investors last week, did they see it as an opportunity or as an obligation?
They're really happy of that, and they really see an opportunity. Definitely, I can tell you, I mean, they're really happy of what we have proposed. We have a 40-point action plan on the next 8 years, and we have proven them that we are able to create value with this kind of action plan.
Jacques, thank you for the presentation today. Thank you for the update. And when you invite me to go camping, I want a really big camper.
Yeah, that will be a pleasure. And I will invite everybody also, because for us it's important. We will launch, because I thought about transparency, and I think it's key when you are doing an ESG project. You have to communicate on that, on the right time and the right moment. For us, it was the right time to announce this project here in that place. But it's also the right time to engage your employees. And we will announce our big project in end of January. And at that time, we will launch a website called CBlue for Good. And then we will share with everybody our action plan. And we will share this URL, I mean, cblueforgood.com. And everybody will be able to see our concrete action. Every 3 months, we will update it. And it's, for us, it's key to say that also to our employee and to everybody. And, you know, I love to quote Corneille at the art masterpiece, Le Cid. I will do it in French, but nous nous vîmes 500 pour partir, et par un prompt renfort, nous nous vîmes 3000 en arrivant au port.
Which means to me?
Which means that at the beginning, we are quite happy few to start. But if we are able to convince everybody, I'm pretty sure that the people here at this event, we will be the 3,000 people who will go to make it in our world.
Jacques Masson, thank you. A whole new definition of camping. Thank you, sir. And now, our next panel, appropriately titled, Where Business is Actually Heading, Where the Industry is Heading. And joining me now, the moderator for the panel, the executive editor of Travel Weekly, Ian Taylor. Ian, come on up.
Hello, so welcome to this panel in the graveyard shift when you all want your lunch. I want to say that the panel will finish at 2 p.m. sharp, I promise you, because Raphael from IATA, who's speaking on the panel, has to be out of the hotel by then, so you will get your lunch if you can bear with us till 2 p.m. So could the panelists come up and join me, please? Please welcome Raphael Schwarzman from IATA. He's the Regional Vice President and Director of IATA. Raphael, please, if you would. We have Emmanuel Bobin from the Open Tourism Lab here in Nîmes. Tom Grundy from Hybrid Air Vehicles, based in Bedford, not far from London. And I'm not sure that we have Roberto Martinoli from Silversea Cruises, so if we don't, we'll proceed without Roberto. So I want to start with you, Raphael, since there was a lot of talk in the last panel discussion about aviation and sustainable aviation fuel and so on. Where will airlines and the aviation sector be in 10 years, in 20 years' time?
Well, thank you for having me. I've been listening carefully, effectively, and almost, well, in many of the panels you heard about these challenges, and obviously you heard about SAF and everything else. Just to, first of all, give a sense of magnitude, why some of us are so passionate, I guess, about SAF. You know, it is expected that we will need for 2000 to reach net zero by 2050, about 450 billion liters of SAF, right? So considering the numbers that we see today, where we have less than 0.1% of SAF in the world, everything is bought, but there is not much else. So obviously, that highlights the challenge. Where we will be, obviously, we see a radical, let's say, change in terms of modernization of fleets, for example, right? So that's one thing. Obviously, intercontinental flights are still, you know, if you're talking 10 years or even 20 years, you know, it will be very, very hard to replace by any technology that we have today besides SAF, let's say, and efficient aircrafts and some technology, I would say, yeah, but probably not as radical as maybe we will wish in intercontinental. Now, in regional short-haul flights, I mean, we already have some good electric and hybrid technology that could be deployed and will be deployed in the next few years. We're seeing some interesting initiatives for example, in the Nordics, where you have Widerøe, which is with an initiative to bring in short-haul electric aircraft. Obviously, these are going to be of less capacity. You're talking about 20-seater, maybe 30 if we are managing. So it's also a great redefinition, if you would, because today we're doing short hauls with, you know, maybe 100 to 200-seater aircraft, right? So how is that going to be impacting? The other thing that we will see, I think it's, and I've been involved in some of these discussions, which is still, I think, a big hurdle to overcome, which is the ability to actually multimodal transport ourselves, right? This is something that, I mean, I do this effort. For example, coming here, I try to be able to arrange a trip multimodal, but then you spend hours and hours because you have to go through multiple stages digitally to be able to do it. It's impossible, honestly, if you're thinking about seamless travel, efficient travel, and know what is actually the most efficient travel. And I think that is progressing. There is an intention. One of the elements that we will see there is also the digitalization, right? Which is one thing that I don't think I probably heard enough, and is one of the key elements here to make sure that we drive the use of technology to make us overcome this, because it's not about restricting, it's about embracing. I mean, I think innovation was mentioned before. I think innovation, investment, and digitalization, right?
And digitalization to drive efficiency.
Definitely, for example, again, if you digital IDs, digital, you know, abilities, biometric, the use of biometrics to be able, for example, to use properly the information, to be an exchange of information, to be able to do this seamless travel that we're talking, multimodal travel that we're talking about. Otherwise, today, physically, it's basically inefficient, impossible to do, right? So that's the digitalization. In the airline side, on the industry side, we are actually, for example, just as one basic example is the whole system today of ticketing in the industry is based on passenger name records and ticket numbers. We are working to get rid of all of that by 2030, right? Which means you get rid of all that and based all that on basically simple commercial transactions and digital identities, right? So these are things that will help definitely reduce our footprint, because we will be able, for example, to have a faster throughput at an airport, right? Instead of building more infrastructure, you keep the same infrastructure, but you're able to cope with the growth.
Okay, I make no apologies for focusing primarily on sustainability, though, because we have so little time. So, but Rafael, just to be specific on a couple of things then. In 10 years' time, in 2032, how much SAF, and forget about what type of SAF for now, how much SAF will the global airline fleet be using?
Well, there are many projections. I don't really want to make give a number here. I will pose a question maybe here, which is, we talk about the SAF is needed. In the case of the EU, we talk about needing to regulate. The question I will pose here is, why are the airlines buying SAF from California and not from the EU, right?
Okay, but you
And
you
the
make a
reason
very
I'm
good
saying
point.
that is because we believe we have at this stage to scale it up, to be able to we have a curve about what do we need. The need is known, let's say, right, to be able to get to that 65% by 2050 that we will still need. The question is, how to answer the not production of SAF, right? In the US, there is an incentive program. In the EU, we are trying to mandate, right? And therefore, I'm not against regulation. I think it's very important, but we have to analyze that quickly if we're going to get the ramp up that is needed to be able to get to those levels.
Okay, so there's the issue with SAF is the production and so on, and we heard about that before and the cost. What about electric aircraft? Will we see electric aircraft flying with passengers in 2032?
Yeah, I think so. Again, with the restrictions on capacity, as we said.
Yeah, short hops.
Short hauls, so very short hauls and short capacity.
Yeah, and so what proportion of the global passenger traffic will be flying on electric aircraft? 1%?
That is unknown.
0 point.
Sorry, I have to be honest, but that is very. I mean, we are seeing initiatives here in the EU, right, or in Europe in general. I mean, what we are talking here is not necessarily even across the globe. So when you are asking that is, we can do certain short hauls in certain places. Again, we're talking about also important at what cost, right? There are certain economies that can pay for, maybe, right? And there are many other places that might not be able to afford, right?
Yeah, yes. And sorry, just finally, hydrogen. When is it feasible to see aircraft flying on hydrogen, let's say liquid hydrogen, because that would be the best option, and liquid green hydrogen? When might we see that?
Well, I think there is a lot of investment in hydrogen, and we do have a lot of faith in it, but in hydrogen. Effectively, that will be probably, if one day to replace Intercontinental, right? But probably you're going to be able to answer maybe hydrogen better than me, but we believe it's still in, let's say, in its infancy because of the complexity to be able to fly an aircraft with hydrogen, right? So it's a very, very complex thing, not only to produce the right hydrogen, but also to carry hydrogen. So all that technology is being now trying to be developed. I'm not an expert on it, but it's going to take a while.
Okay. Tom, can I come to you then? So hydrogen air vehicles, can you just explain what your business does?
Yeah, thanks. Hybrid Air Vehicles has developed Airlander, which is a very low emissions aircraft at scale. So essentially it's the world's most efficient large aircraft. And by the way, I agree with almost everything that Raphael said there, including the challenges and the imperative of moving to SAF for aviation very quickly. The one thing I disagree with is there are options out there for larger aircraft than the sub-19 seat electric aircraft, and ours is a case in point. So Airlander will carry...
Sorry, I was just going to ask.
Airlander will carry 100 passengers. It'll carry them at a per seat kilometre emissions that's 10% the emissions of a regional jet flight. So that's a 90% emissions reduction. And it's a technology we've proven in flight and that we're bringing into the market for 2026. Our first customers include Air Nostrum, who are a Spanish, obviously regional airline, one of the largest in Europe. And also customers in the leisure sector. So there's a blend there of leisure and pure passenger transport. We've really changed the package of features and benefits. So we've changed the way the journey works with Airlander. It's a slower aircraft in flight. That's where its efficiency comes from. But to Raphael's point about the friction points that we have in today's travel, it really works to strip those friction points away. So it can operate away from airfields. It can provide point-to-point services. Getting on board and off board, the protocols for that have been much more like the protocols of getting on board a railway carriage, a train or a ferry compared to what we're used to in aviation today. And when we're on board, there's no more of the sort of the tube and wing with us. This is spacious, it's unpressurized, it's quiet, it's vibration free, which is why there's been a lot of leisure sector interest in this as well, because it's a seat with a view as opposed to a seat packed in. So we do still have range restriction. Actually, the aircraft is a 2,000 nautical mile range aircraft, so it's got a long a regional range to it. But actually, for passenger transport as opposed to freight, we're really in the 400 kilometre kind of sectors where passenger journey time is equivalent to what we have today from an end-to-end perspective. And the price is right, because it's an incredibly efficient aircraft. We take away a lot of the energy costs, and therefore the price per passenger can be economy class pricing for business class space.
Okay. What speed would it go cruise at?
Around about 140 kilometres an hour. So this is like a high-speed rail of the skies, if you like. So it's a more direct point-to-point connection, slower speed, much less energy use. Price and journey times much the same. But I think more broadly, what for me this represents is something that is starting to happen now across the industry. We've had a long time, what we've had since 1903, where the whole industry's worked on kerosene. As we start to move away towards hydrogen and other fuels, as well as SAF, which is going to be needed for longer haul flights for a long, long time, we're going to see configuration changes. Your point is exactly right. You can't change the physical properties of the fuel you're using without changing the aircraft design that's wrapped around that fuel. And so I think what we're going to see here is multimodal journeys with aircraft that aren't one size fits all across all the different sectors that we use. You know, right now we've got scaled versions of the same design working everywhere. I think that's going to change, and we're going to see this blend of different travel options creating journeys that are better in many respects for customers, but different to what we see today.
Okay, so how many airlanders will be operating in 2026 and say by 2032, so we do the 10 years?
Of course, so our current order book is about just under $1 billion of reserved orders. Our business plan is to have the first 12 of those in service in 2026. By 2027, we'll have production capacity running at 24 aircraft a year. And then looking ahead to 2032, we've also, in addition to that Airlander production line there for our first aircraft, this, like any other aircraft manufacturer, we have a family of airplanes coming here. So by 2032, we will have the Airlander 50, that's a 50-ton, 200-passenger, or 6 shipping containers aircraft to provide new logistics connections from Airlander 50 as well. Now, these are really these are aircraft that don't do the same job in the same way that today's aircraft do. So they unlock new opportunities. They can create some resilience around parts of our network that are currently pretty inflexible. They can drive growth without driving the emissions increase of that growth. And our overall scaling here is between the freight use, the passenger use, and some surveillance use in defence applications. Then market surveys are looking at 600 aircraft of this type. We don't expect to be the only people in the market, but of this type by 2050.
Okay, so that all sounds very positive, but it's not going to contribute towards solving the challenges that the aviation industry has, really. It's going to provide an alternative and maybe competition to rail travel, or solve the problem of doing short journeys. You wouldn't have to fly in a jet or a turboprop.
I think if you make the direct comparison, this aircraft isn't going to replace a 747 flying from New York to London. However, it does a number of other things, right? So I think it provides a new node in what I think we're going to see as a structural change, a systematic change to our air transport networks, because none of our solutions today, we sit here, including SAF, and say we'll definitely get there and get to net zero for those sort of journeys. So it provides a new node that helps us unlock those challenges in a different way. The other thing it does is take some of the big problems alongside passenger transport into a different space. So take freight. We carry a lot of the world's air freight, goes as belly cargo. There's still a lot of dedicated air freighters in the world. There's very little freight that actually needs to move at 600 miles an hour to its destination. At the moment, it's all carrying that carbon footprint. As we look forward and we look at hydrogen aviation, one of the big problems there for fixed-wing aircraft is getting the volume of fuel on board that you need. So moving air freight into a slightly slower solution, that will instantly help promote the hydrogen technologies and it will help drop the carbon impact of today's freight markets. One last area where I think a project like ours really helps, it's a leader. So we're going to be the first into the market here with an aircraft that will adopt hydrogen technologies. We have that technology in development today. We expect to be able to offer an all-electric airlander by 2030 with hydrogen powertrain embedded. And that means that for some of the challenges of bringing hydrogen through, some of the air certification challenges, some of the integration challenges, we're pioneering that, we're pulling those technologies through, and those will spin off into other parts of the aviation world.
Okay, I want to come back to ask you some more, but Emmanuel, can we come to you? And sorry to talk to you in English. Open Tourism Lab, can you just explain what the lab does?
Okay. So our DNA is about open innovation in tourism. So we've got 3 businesses. First, we support startup, so we help them to business growth and fundraising. Twice, we work with the tourism industry to co-design innovative services or innovative products. And third, so we make people connected. We lead some events, so much more creative or business events to make startups and corporates or DMO to be connected.
Okay, and what sort of projects and startups are you involved in?
So many projects, because for the last 5 years we supported quite 100 startups. So well, they are much more digital than yours. So for example, which example can I give? So many examples. We had some startup yesterday night when we have a dinner, and one of the startup, example, was about digitalization. We have many startups who help digitalization of all stakeholders of the tourism industry. For example, restaurant, example, hospitality. So one of the startups was there yesterday night, proposed some mobile services to have your menu on your mobile phone, for example. This is a quite simple innovation, but and for example, we have also a startup which is called Quick Text, which is very about conversational solutions.
Okay, it's not a major point, but how does having a restaurant menu on your phone help with sustainability? Paper is recyclable.
I don't.
The data will sit in data centers till sea level rises and floods the data center, won't it?
Sure. What we have seen for the last decades that innovation were really focused on marketing assets, marketing performance. So this is good thanks to big data, thanks to IA, thanks to IoT, and so on. But it's no more sustainable though. Is it useful for sustainable effective? So in fact, we have to change the model of each startup. So it is our job now to move on traditional business model to sustainable business model.
Okay, and can I just ask you,
You have your microphone.
Sorry, where does the funding come from, the startups?
For us, we have 10 partners, private and public partners. So we have fund from them for our OTL. But for startups, we don't accelerate startup by equity. We don't do that, not now, but perhaps I can give you a scoop for next year. We do some service offer to the startup. So we don't do by equity. But in 2023, we are going to launch an invest fund for tourism. So it will be launched, I think, on the In autumn 2023.
Okay, so you should be back at this event in a year's time to tell us
Sure,
about
but
that.
you know, well, we are from Nimes, so we'll look at it here, so, and we'll be really grateful if the event will be there next year, so we can announce this launch.
Okay, Raphael, can I come back to you? You said you welcome regulation. What regulation do you need to see?
Well, we need, apologies, we need to see regulation that will facilitate the production of, I'm not we're not coming from the airlines don't produce fuel, but the fuel producers, or the ones that I have spoken to, obviously, they have different hurdles in terms of certain production systems to be regulated and approved for production, for example, right? And again, this is linked to very much the regulation that today it's incentivizing the production in the US versus not in the EU, right? So these are the type of regulation that we're looking for, incentivizing the transition to, right? Not only on SAF, by the way, but I'm giving the example of SAF because it's an obvious one. We're talking about we need SAF, but the production is being happening somewhere else, right? And we have to all reflect on this very carefully because when we talk about SAF, again, it's not just for, obviously, for the airlines, but we're talking about for aviation now. We have to shift the, and I think somebody yesterday in the panels we heard, I mean, today we have fuel production is coming from about 22 countries in the world. For SAF to be, available, it has to be produced almost everywhere. So the shift is quite important, and that has to be incentivized. And in this case, the magnitude of the investment requires governments to be able to incentivize those investments, right?
Yeah, okay. The issue came up in the last panel session about the age of airline fleets, aircraft. The aircraft coming into service now will certainly be flying in 10 years' time and will be flying somewhere in the world in 20 years' time, won't they? So technological advances in aircraft production are not going to make a huge difference over globally. What's the answer to that? Will aircraft have to be taken out of service more sooner than they are now, or be retrofitted, or how is the industry going to address that?
Well, I think, I don't think it's difficult to have a perfect answer because we still have developing technologies that is not very clear, right? How is it going to be developed? But, we already have seen industry embracing, partnerships or investments even on hydrogen production. Or we have, for example, we heard the Delta and Airbus partnering for developing the hydrogen aircraft, for example, right? So we will see the airlines are already investing in abilities to be able to develop the technology or electric aircrafts as well, and the Air Nostrum, which is also a very good example, actually. These things are going to be, they're still in its, let's say, beginning or infancy, if you would, right? So how is that going to happen? We don't know, right, exactly. We see the embrace of these technologies. We see the example I gave in the Nordic. We see others. But very importantly, when we say that, and you mentioned this, aviation is a highly capital-intensive business, right? So you need to be able to finance these transitions too, right? And this is also a message we send to governments in general, where, as IATA, where I was actually speaking to the Dutch government recently, where they decided to increase an €8 environmental tax that doesn't go to the environment to 26 euros, an environmental tax that doesn't go to environment, sure, right? So how do you expect, in this case, KLM, for example, to be able to refinance their fleet, right?
Okay. Tom, can I come to you? What's the source of your hydrogen at the moment, and when will we see green hydrogen in the kind of quantities that are required?
So green hydrogen is pretty much going to be, availability of is pretty much going to be the pacing item for our ability technologically to hit the sort of numbers I've got to, that I've talked to you about earlier. We don't use sustainable aviation fuel in any of our calculations. We do use green hydrogen in our calculations for obviously for the electric variants of Airlander. How do we do it? And of course there's uncertainties about how quickly and how fast that's going to come on stream. And I think for a lot of aviation, almost all of aviation, there's a further challenge there, which is how do you get to the point where that green hydrogen can be distributed? So we're actually in a position, because our aircraft is energy efficient by design, whatever the energy source, whether it's kerosene, SAF, or hydrogen. If green hydrogen is not available, actually our customers are better off staying with combustion, because they take more than 3/4 of the emissions out of their flight just by using our combustion engines and kerosene. So you'd only step to green hydrogen when it becomes available. Stepping through any other form of hydrogen really is going to be a net disbenefit, because the carbon cost of the production of that hydrogen is higher than the benefit you're getting. So we're building the technology to be ready. We're building the aircraft to be modular, so that the motors can be swapped for engines, with being designed in from day one. And that gives our customers the ability to progressively bring that electric hydrogen technology in as soon as the green hydrogen sources are available. Now, in terms of security of supply, again, the energy efficiency of this aeroplane really helps, because we're talking about a road transportable volume of hydrogen will be enough to sustain a full day of Airlander operations. So the distribution networks can be that little bit more infrastructure light, that little bit easier to scale up, and we're positioning ourselves to be right at the front of that curve.
Okay. You're essentially talking about airships, aren't you? And airships have been around since, well, they were used for passenger transport back in the 1930s. And Hybrid Air Vehicles is a successor company to businesses that have been around in Britain since the 1970s. Presumably, so there's a long history without really the developments coming to fruition, is the point I'm making. So presumably you think now is the time for hydrogen, the sort of Airlander type travel?
Yeah, the questions you're asking, by the way, are the exact questions that I asked when I joined the business, because there is a long history of airships not making it into the mass market. And why is that? Well, there are three reasons that this is right now. The first is technology. So at two levels, we've got materials science, computational fluid dynamics, and other technologies available to us now that allows us to take the technology to a different place. And the place that we've taken it to is something where, although our aircraft incorporates some airship technology or some technology from that world, the way it's designed and operates is fundamentally different. In the interest of time, just keeping that short, essentially we've designed a heavier than air aeroplane, so it doesn't float. It just uses some of that buoyancy to give us a head start against gravity. And that's different enough to have been a patentable technology for our business, so that's a step away from airships. For the airlines and the operators, that makes a fundamental difference. It means your passengers are walking off. They're not climbing from a mast all the way down. It means that when you drop freight in a remote place, you've not got a buoyancy problem trying to take that airship away from you. And coming down to the boring economics of the business, that means the turnaround times go down. It means the asset utilization's up, and it means the second piece of this works, which is economics. So we've now got an economically viable proposition, which in my view, airships never were. Very efficient in the air, very hard to deal with in the practical reality of running a fleet. So having solved that problem through technology, we've now got the economics right. That's driven a large part of our market forecast and the market uptake. But now we've added a third leg to this, which is particularly since COVID, large parts of the industry have realized that actually fleets can be stopped from flying. If we get this wrong, political or social license to operate gets withdrawn. We're already seeing moves in France to encourage people away from domestic aviation. That's happening elsewhere. France is almost unique in the level of infrastructure it's got on the ground in the high-speed trains. Large parts of the world haven't got that. Even in Spain, which is a very developed rail network, there are big parts of Spain's geography where that just doesn't work. Hence, a transport company like the Air Nostrum Group have got interests obviously in the airline, but also in rail transport, they come to us and see Airlander as a quick, low emissions introduction as a city connector that complements those other options.
Okay, just one or two word answer. What height will Airlander fly at?
So for you on board your future Airlander journey, expect to be typically at 5,000, 6,000 feet above the ground, so much lower. Can operate at up to 20,000 feet in some roles.
You'll be above the weather?
But you'll be in and around the weather, but the way Airlander operates, again for you as a passenger, the scale of the aircraft and the way it flies, none of that nasty, bouncy turbulence over the 400 or so kilometer ranges we're targeting this at for passenger travel. The wind impact on arrival times is well within the norms that we're used to in air transport because they're short sectors.
Okay, 5,000 feet is about 1,500 meters for those of you in the audience. Look, final word has to go to Emmanuel because we've run out of time. So Emmanuel, I want you to say what you would like to say, but also what technologies do you think will make the most difference in the next 10, 20 years in travel?
Okay. Actually, well, for the last years, well, we enforced our mission to change the way we look on impact solutions. And second, well, we enhance commitments. We try to enhance commitment on uptake innovation. But for the first point, so we make an active watch on other sectors, on other industries. For example, about low tech, about it's not industry, but about biomimeticism, about biotech. For example, I just want to share with you an example. We support a startup which is called Aglaé. Aglaé is a biotech which invent a serum to put in plants and to make luminescence. So it's a very innovative solution, for example, for event industry to be more, to get to give some energy sobriety. So I think we have to do a very good job to be more curious, perhaps much less digital, but to look after, well, this kind of startup, this kind of real good well experience. And on the second point, so we work on innovation uptake because, well, I think we talk about this during these 2 days. We have to work on behavior, and thanks to behavior science, we help consumers to adopt, uptake innovation, and to adopt better manner to get more sustainable.
Okay, that's a good point to end on, but it opens up a whole new discussion. Look, thank you for being patient with me because we've run over 2 p.m. a little bit. Apologies to the panel because we had to curtail the discussion. Apologies to you because I didn't get any chance to invite you to ask questions. Please thank Tom, Raphael, and Emmanuel, and you will find your lunch outside where it was yesterday. I think we're supposed to be back here at 2:45, but I would make it 3 o'clock. Okay? Thank you.
Find the card.
speakers, not me. Not me. You don't know.